can't do it. We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. F- it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
What's up, everybody, and Merry Christmas. Welcome to the end of the year Fantasy Files Extravaganza, where we're going to talk about our top 5 favorite books, shows, movies, games of the year, and just have a good time, have some drinks with friends, and just hang out live with you guys and kind of celebrate this awesome year of podcasting that we've had. Obviously, I'm Spencer. Gabe is to my left. Chris is to my right. We got Sam and Jim from Fantasy for the Ages. Thank you, everybody, for being here. There's honestly nobody I would rather spend the end of the year with than everybody here. So thank you for joining us. But yeah, we're going to have some fun, guys. If you would like to, all of our links are down in the description, as is Jim's. You can go to his channel, Fantasy for the Ages, over on YouTube, and check out what they have going on over there. He does a podcast with his son, and he also does just a lot of other like videos and reviews and stuff like that. So yeah, go check out his stuff, and let us know either in the live chat or down in the comments later what your top 5 books or movies or whatever of the year is, because we would love to chat with you there. You can also join us over on Patreon, which is something new that we've set up this year. We'll talk about that in a minute. But you can go over to our Patreon and see all of our episodes live as we record them. Usually we, record them just as a video, and then they go up to YouTube 2 or 3 weeks later. On Patreon, you can see them all like straight up as we're recording them, and join us in the chat and kind of bounce off of us, just like Mr. Rory Suri is here. Hey man, how's it going? So yeah, Patreon's a great way to support us. It actually got us Gabe's new microphone right here. It's a Samson Q9U, and yeah, it's really nice, and we're really grateful to everyone who's supported us on Patreon this year, because your support literally bought that microphone. So thank you guys. But yeah, with that, how's everybody doing? Are you guys getting ready? Jim and Sam, are you getting ready for Christmas? And you get all your, I hope all your shopping's done.
Yeah. Been ready, done ready. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing's under the tree for me yet, but working on that.
Working on it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Have
I
you
have a
got-
6-year-old, so I have to literally play Santa. And
Yeah.
my husband is also Jewish, so we get hit twice each year at this time.
Oh.
So this year it is back to back, which will be really fun. I usually don't mind the overlap, because then it's a shorter period of time that I have to keep doing things. But
Right.
it is what it is.
Yeah. Have you guys wrapped everything, or do you still need to wrap?
I still need to wrap. My husband does all the shopping. I do all the wrapping. So I'm actually very, very good at wrapping presents. I can
okay.
have a whole pile in like 30 minutes the night of. I'll just do it once he's in bed. But we also have to do a Elf on the Shelf, which is its own brand of hell. You have to come up with every night a new like funny place to put this elf that looks like the elf is there to watch him and report back to Santa. And
which is kind of creepy if you think about it.
It is.
Always watching.
Yeah. So I have to come up with something every night in 5 seconds, because it says we're going to bed. I'm like, oh crap, we haven't moved the elves. We got to move the elves, because he has 2. He doesn't have 1. He has 2.
Oh, because why not? Yeah.
He's needed a friend. And he's very motivated by that. So we used it as a word.
Child into positive behavior.
Are you pretty good at wrapping presents?
Yeah, I'd say I'm adept.
You're adept at it? Okay.
It's gotten better. Especially the last couple of years, I started trying to master the techniques.
Right.
Doing it randomly.
Yeah.
You'll see when we give gifts. You'll be like, yes,
right.
It's a good wrap job. So.
Right. Okay. A good wrap job. I like that. I don't know how I feel about that term. What about you? Do you feel like, are you okay at wrapping gifts or no?
Yeah, I'm not bad. I don't really do it though.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel I'm like very middle of the road. I feel like
probably where I am too.
Yeah, like I feel like when I was young, my mom tried to like instill the techniques into me, like, oh, you gotta like fold it this way so that you hide that seam, and like, yeah. And so I feel like I know the basics, but there are some presents, like I for a white elephant gift this year, I made this this lamp, and it's essentially like a square like box. It's like a rectangle, and the top is open, and I made it, and the wood is cut at like different heights, and so it throws these really cool shadows onto the wall and stuff. And I sat down and I was just like, I don't know how to wrap this thing. So I literally just set it in the middle of a big square of wrapping paper, folded everything up, and just wrapped it around the top.
Sure, looked beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
I was like, it's gonna be opened in like 10 minutes anyway. So.
I'm a big
my
fan
mom
of
used to
gift
pay
bags,
me to wrap the presents.
There are I know that there are certain shops that people go to where you can like bring something for them to wrap like professionally.
Macy's, I'm pretty sure Macy's does.
Does Macy's do it? Yeah, it's crazy. I'm like, I don't know if I would ever pay someone unless I was outsourcing like hundreds of gifts to be wrapped or something.
I mean, if you had a large family, like buying gifts for 12 people.
That's true. Yeah, I guess it could come in handy.
Some places too, when you buy something from them, they'll wrap it for you professionally.
Right.
Yeah, that's always
nice.
for sure. Because it's a gift, wrap it.
Yep. Yeah, that's nice.
Even if it's not a gift, I usually say yes. Why not?
Just do it because then I'll open when I get home. I don't feel like it's Christmas.
I could get away with it. The wrapping would be the box it came in. Just like that. Just stick it under there. Look, it's all Amazon wrapped. Yay.
Yay.
That would work for me, but I guess.
Yeah, go ahead, Sam.
Here's something funny. I got all of these like custom ornaments for Christmas this year. We add to our tree every year with new ornaments. I work in insurance and we work 3 months ahead of time. So I am already in March. I've been in 2025 for over 2 months now. I just realized the other day as I was looking at my Christmas tree, all the new ornaments that I ordered, custom, I put 2025 on them and not 2024.
Oh.
You can use the next year.
Yeah.
That's what everybody said. They go, look, you're ahead of the game for next year. I go, that's really on brand for me as a person.
Yeah.
Anyway, so.
At least you didn't put like 2023 though. Like that would have been, you would have felt really bad about that because then you could never use these.
Yeah, that's true. These sellers that I bought them from must have been like, is she stupid or
right? Like, she just like really prepared.
She really hates 2024.
She really hates 2024. Yeah, but they'd been on the tree for a good week before one day it just clicked in my head. I went, oh, it's 2024 right now.
Right.
2024.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. She's so forward thinking. I was gonna say, so I thought you were gonna say something else, Sam. When Jim mentioned the Amazon wrapping, like, oh, it's in the Amazon box. That's the wrapping. I don't know how many intros and outros I've done over the past month or two where I've said, join us for our big end of the year extravaganza. We're gonna give each other gifts and open them on stream and all this stuff. And I text Sam and I literally say, where should I send your gifts for the stream on Sunday? And she says, oh, we're giving each other gifts. I said, well, you don't have to give us anything, but I want to send you something. So she sends over her address or wherever it went to. And then I get a text like 2 days ago that's Sam just like saying, oh my God, this is the greatest gift I've ever gotten. Thank you so much.
You have to give the rest of your contact.
I was like, motherfucker, did you open your gift before the stream?
I didn't.
Are you?
Technically, I didn't.
Oh my God.
I opened the FedEx box that it came in. And the wrapping had already come off of the box.
Well, what if I hadn't wrapped it? What if it was just the box?
I don't know, dude. I don't even know what day of the week it is. Okay,
I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
To be honest, Spencer, this sounds like your fault. having the wrapping fall off in transit. Yeah, if you would have done a better wrapping job, it wouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah, I guess I should have brushed up on my wrapping skills. Yeah. So, anyways, Merry Christmas, Sam.
2025 on ornaments, okay? Like, I don't know what you expect of me right now.
Oh my God. Well, here, I'm trying to get our screen a little bit bigger here. Here we go. Okay, cool. So we got Spacey Nova in the chat. What's up? I don't know what you mean by this. My elves did a scavenger hunt today. I don't understand what Elf on a Shelf is. So I think it's kind of like Where's Waldo?
No, it's something.
It's a much more complicated
for children.
Okay.
Much more complicated.
And it's like, yeah, you get these little elves. Most people use the same one. And like when the kids are sleeping, you'll like go put this elf somewhere, and like maybe like I don't know, like the elf is doing something, right? And then the kids wake up. No way! Like the elf, ruined my, drew on my whatever or something.
So put like a pen in the sand or something.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Okay.
Yep, stuff like that, and it's just fun for the kids.
Okay, so it's not like you're not going around the house trying to find the elf.
No,
you are just putting it in compromising positions around the house.
You like catch them doing something.
You should clarify elves in compromising positions. That's something different, okay? Because Sam's house has 2, so
2.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Sam has 2.
Well, I finally figured out why.
How close are they?
Yeah. Cooper watches a lot of these like YouTube videos of like the parents who are really, really into this, which I'm already like, Jesus, dude, I put in like 5%. Please don't watch these YouTube families who film what their elves do.
Oh my God.
Like, they have like 6 in their homes. And I'm like, all right, well, I guess 2 isn't that bad.
Yeah. Oh my God. He says her kids have 1 each and they do silly stuff like toilet paper the tree. Okay. So yeah, this is all new to me because I've seen the meme like you've seen Elf on a Shelf. Now you see some like celebrity on I don't know. They'll like the memes. You know the memes I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And so that's the only thing I know about it. So I always assumed that it was like a Where's Waldo thing where you just like you like hide it somewhere and the kids try to find it or something. And did you guys ever do the this may be like such a weird thing that is not relevant to anybody else, but did you guys ever have like there's like a green pickle that you hang on the tree and whoever finds the pickle in the tree first gets to like open a gift early or something?
I think that's just you.
Yeah, it sounds
I don't know. It's something like that. Apparently, like no, if you go into a store that's like selling ornaments, you'll see like these pickle ornaments, and I guess that's like I don't know. It's something my aunt did, and she would put she would hang the pickle in the tree, and if you found it, you got to open a present early.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Pickle's a weird choice, but
it is a weird choice. I think just because it's green, so it like blends in with the tree. Yeah. Did you guys have any like weird Christmas traditions? Like, did you guys do advent calendars or anything like the chocolate advent calendar?
Not regularly.
See, we do the pickle Christmas Day. Whoever finds it first gets money.
Nice.
I told you it wasn't just
that sounds better.
Yeah.
That sounds better. Yeah. Yeah, there's money involved.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Advent calendars? Anybody doing advent calendars?
We do.
Some years.
Yeah.
I tried to buy a boozy advent calendar this year.
Nice.
Yeah. That has to be they need to get more creative.
They are ridiculously expensive.
Yeah.
Really?
I just made my own drink every day of Advent instead.
There you go. Yep, that's right.
That's funny.
I'm gonna look it up. Booze Advent calendar.
You like it, Spencer? I found a whiskey one, but the price was astronomical for
$150.
Yeah, $150.
Right? Booze one anymore because I wouldn't be able to drink half of it with a gluten allergy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I wouldn't be able to anymore. Ugh, it's the worst.
There's one here. I'll show you guys this. There's one that looks like this alcohol will like kill you or something. It's $37 and I don't know what this alcohol is, but it looks so cheap.
Yeah, it'll go fun.
Oh my gosh.
That's a good idea.
That
would be
cool,
fun.
yeah.
Woodford Reserve.
Ooh,
That would
that's
be-
sick.
$145.
Yeah.
Maybe worth it.
Booze
But like,
infused chocolate advent calendar though, that looks pretty good. Just
what is it?
Booze infused chocolate.
That would be
sick.
That's man, wow. I
Yeah.
do that.
My little nephew is doing a Star Wars Lego advent calendar.
Oh,
So
that's a good idea.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's cool.
It's a new little Lego figurine every day.
Every day, yeah, that's sweet.
Yeah, that's gotta be cool. Gotta get creative with it because the chocolate
I
ain't
want the
doing
Lego
it.
one. That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
For Christmas, I got my husband the Lego DeLorean, which
Oh,
I
nice.
didn't realize how big it was. It's freaking huge.
Wow.
Yeah. But we're already like out of space. Like I even have like the Batman one over here. We have downstairs, we have the Simpsons house, the Lego castle, we have London Bridge, we have like all the huge ones. So I don't know where we're gonna put the DeLorean when it's done, but
okay. Sick. Yeah, I've wanted to do like a big Lego set like that, like a big Lego like what's the thing from I'm not a Star Wars fan.
Millennium Falcon.
Millennium Falcon would be cool, but like what's the
Death Star?
Oh my God! You didn't know that's what
I had a brain fart. Okay,
the giant killer Death Station that the Death Planet, the Death Star.
Oh, it's gonna look like a big star. There's death from it.
Yeah. Damn, man. Okay.
Yeah. Nova says she wanted to get her son a Sonic advent calendar, and I'm curious what would come in the calendar. Is it like little Sonic figurines?
Gold rings, obviously.
Gold rings, yeah, that's cool. Oh man. Well, let's go over some cool stuff. To kind of kick this off. One of our topics here is things that we got to do this year that we are excited about. And one of the things that, was really exciting for us this year is that Sam became a co-host, an official co-host of the Fantasy Files podcast. And that was after a really long road with our other co-host, Mick.
Is he alive?
I don't know. Like we still do not know where Mick is, and so he kind of vanished, and he was having a hard time anyway, just kind of like keeping up with stuff. And so then bringing Sam on has been absolutely awesome. It's been a huge milestone for the year because she's been fantastic, and it really helps us out. Like when either Gabe can't make it for something or whatever, then Sam can hop in and do it, or vice versa. If Sam can't make it, then Gabe and I will do something. Or so that's been fantastic. Do you, from your end of things, Sam, do you have anything that you look back on this year with the podcast or like reading in general that you're like, that was like a great moment this year?
Oh God. I mean, I actually was thinking about one moment from the podcast the other day, which is really funny. I was thinking about Empire of the Damned and how I came up with, I never really ever guess, things that aren't explicitly said in a book. I'm really not that great at just like guessing ahead based off like minor clues. And my guess for the White Moth in Empire of the Damned,
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
My biggest moment of the year where I was like, I caught something that no one else caught.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, when obviously we won't spoil anything, but like when you came up with that theory on the spoiler episode, I was definitely like, damn, I did not see that. Like that was good. That was great.
Yeah. No, it's just been really fun. I love getting to nerd out, and I know so few people in real life that would have any idea what I'm talking about with any of these books. So it's just been so much fun. It really has.
That's awesome. I'm so glad. Yeah,
this is to spar. Usually it's me and Spencer going back and forth, but I love it.
Yeah, so much disagreeing on something.
These guys' opinions,
These guys. Jim's like, I know all about his opinion. Wheel of Time.
We don't have to unpack that later. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a backstory.
Yeah, this has kind of been the year of podcast guests. We've had a lot of like really great guests on the show this year. Because the previous years we had people coming on and hanging out and talking and stuff. But I feel like it really took like 2 or 3 years now to really get rolling and get our name out there, at least to the immediate like community. And we've had a lot of people on the show. We've had this year specifically, I mean, like Nick Henderson from the 4-Player podcast. He was one of the very first people to stream on Twitch. Like before Twitch was even named Twitch, he was like one of the first streamers on the platform.
Crazy.
So that was wild. And then we've had just so many people. There's such a long list. I could name names all day, but that was one that stood out for me because I had been watching Nick's podcast for a long time, and I had been like engaging with him on Twitter for a long time. And so it was really, really nice to get him on. And then I think this year we had Kelly McCullough on, who did the Fallen Blade series, which is a series that I've been reading since I was like 17 or 18. And so that was like a huge moment for me. And yeah, there was a lot of good stuff. We went through so many books. We threw Holly her annual birthday party again. And that was fantastic. I was telling Chris before the show that every year we've gotten her a cake, and you were there for this, Sam, right?
Yeah, I pulled out an Oreo at the last second, and luckily I had a candle in my drawer. So
yeah, exactly, yeah. And I pulled out like this cake that was just like a ring cake. It's like in the past we've done like these like bigger cakes with like lettering on it or like decals or something. Like one year I had like SpongeBob on it and I put candles in his eyes and stuff. And so this year I had just gotten her like this super basic cake, and I was like, hey, I'm sorry I couldn't get like a really nice cake this year, blah blah blah. I had cut a hole in the bottom of the plate for the cake, and I had ordered a Jigsaw from the Saw movies.
Okay.
Yeah, I had like a stuffed plushie of him. Okay. And I like thrust it up through the whole plate, and the cake like exploded everywhere, and it was just Jigsaw sitting there.
Wait, what is she like Saw or what's the...
She likes horror stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Look,
so
they sell Jigsaw plushies. I mean,
yeah, I still have it in my closet. I kept it on my desk for a while, and then I didn't feel comfortable with it on my desk anymore. Dude, I was literally like, I was literally like,
no, I know.
Not really.
Somewhere taking that to preschool with him and wanting to sleep with his little plushie.
Yeah, I know. It's my cuddly Jigsaw. No, I had it sitting up on my desk has like a little shelf on it, so I had it sitting on that shelf. And I would wake up in the morning and like roll over and just see Jigsaw there. And I was like, I don't know how comfortable I am with this anymore. And so I had to put him in my closet, and that's where he stayed.
That's fair.
Yeah. So I don't really know what to do with him now. If anybody wants him, like I'll send him to somebody if anybody wants a Jigsaw plushie.
How big is it?
I can't remember. He's like that big. He's like the size of your head, maybe.
You should send it to give it to Leah.
Oh, really? Okay. Maybe I'll do that.
No, Spencer, you know what else was fun this year? When we did our Vampire Diaries episode. That was really fun.
Oh, you guys watched the Vampire Diaries?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I've actually watched the Vampire Diaries since I was living in Colorado.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I watched all of it. And for the most part, except for like the final like 2 or 3 seasons, I really enjoyed it.
Okay. Well,
it's like big Buffy the Vampire Slayer vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
And
you showed up in a wig. It was great.
I was in an Edward Cullen wig and a peacoat.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You own a peacoat?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And I and I ordered an Edward Cullen wig, and I had my friend who works in she does a lot of stuff with like Broadway plays and stuff. She does like costuming. And so I was like, can you style this wig for me?
Oh my God.
And so I ordered the wig. She styled it for me. I put it on. I looked just like Edward Cullen.
Wait.
Like you couldn't tell the difference between me and Rob Pattinson. Yeah.
That is actually awesome.
Yeah.
Go dig up that episode.
Yeah.
I need to see
It's super funny. It's super funny. But yeah, that was a great episode, and it was so cathartic for me to be like, I can finally talk about the Vampire Diaries.
Oh my gosh.
As embarrassing as it is, I was just like, let's go.
Yeah.
And that was another thing this year that was really great is we got really weird on the podcast. Like we just went full out like weird on the podcast this year, and I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, it's been the best year that we've had the podcast again.
I think so.
You're trying to entertain people or something.
I know, yeah, and that's what I was telling somebody recently. They were asking about the podcast, and I was telling them like, yeah, like I wear these costumes all the time. I wear like a wizard hat when we do Harry Potter episodes, and like it all comes down to like there's a million people on YouTube that'll tell you about the book they just read. But who's going to wear an Edward Cullen costume and tell you about the Vampire Diaries? That's me. So
standing out from the crowd.
So yeah, it's been a great year, and you know, doing some math with Jim recently, I was like, this is our 4th year. I thought for some reason I had it in my head that this was our 3rd year.
Oh, yeah.
This is our 4th year of the podcast, which is wild to me. And so in April, it'll be April 2025. It'll be the start of our 5th year. And so I'm like, dude, that's nuts.
Time flies.
Time really does fly. It feels like we've only been doing it for a couple years, but we've come a long way. We hit 1,000 subscribers this year. That was fantastic. Yeah, now we're at 1,100. And so that was a huge milestone. And yeah, we got like our watch hours. Our watch time hours are up more than they have been for any other year. We've had videos that went past like 7,500 views, which is pretty wild. Yeah. I think the Harry Potter review I did is at 7,500, and then I did a video where I was talking about Patrick Rothfuss and all the controversy around him right now, and that's at like 6,500.
That was a good video.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I texted you and I watched it. I was like,
yeah.
Really well done.
Oh, thanks.
When did you do that? Because I have so much like things to say about that.
Oh yeah, watch that video. It's like,
when was it though? When did you put it up?
A few months ago, maybe like summer.
I'd say almost 6 months ago, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. No, because I still technically follow him on Twitch, and so he's like one of the few push notifications I would get, to tell me when he was live. But for a time, he was going live frequently. It was when he was trying to get people to donate to his cause, which get it. Okay, fine. But then you promised all these things, and then you kept like pushing the rewards, and then you sort of delivered on it. Didn't? I mean, he did put out
like a novella
I bought and still have not read, which I am just remembering that I even purchased it and that it came out. But yeah, he has been radio silent for a year since then now. Maybe it's been a while.
It's really sad, honestly. I've gotten to a point where I like I used to be like nervous about speaking out about Patrick Rothfuss because I was like, some people like excuse his behavior and then other people don't, so I don't really want to rock the boat. And now I'm just like, no, screw Patrick Rothfuss. I'm done with his crap. Like I will talk crap about him all day long because I think he's just like a bad person.
I would still be first in line to buy the book if it came out. I would still be first in line.
I know, same, yeah. I'd still buy it. Yeah.
I would take a day off of work.
Oh, for sure.
To read that.
Oh yeah, and that's why I always say separate the art from the artist. Like I genuinely think that Patrick Rothfuss did like a very bad thing with all of his antics recently, like scamming everybody kind of. However, I still think his books are amazing and I think everybody should read them. Yeah. So I don't know. I stand pretty firm on the separation of art and artist, but Anyways, Rabbit Trail. Jim, let's talk about what you've been up to this year, because you've hit bigger milestones than we have.
We've had a lot of fun on the channel. Yeah, we recently went over 2,000 subscribers.
Oh my God.
Which is just mind-blowing. And like now we're at 21, 29. It just keeps going, which like, suddenly YouTube loves us and shows our videos to people. That's great.
It's because you don't call out people like Patrick Rothfuss. you stay on the good side of most people.
Well, and part of what's been happening with our channel that's made a difference is how much content we're putting out now. Because I put out a new episode almost every single day. It's that, people notice. A lot of them are just me talking to the void because my son has a life and I have this hobby instead. So I do it, but it's fun, and the content we've been putting out has a lot of rankings of things. I did a top 100 fantasy books I've ever read, top 80 sci-fi books, and things you can update over the years. And the engagement is what's been getting a lot bigger. So people, responding and getting all these recommendations for books, and my TBR blowing up out of control. But that's fun. Yeah. Good time.
Yeah, your TBR at this point, you said the other day that you would not be able to finish your TBR by the time you die.
Yeah. If I, someone gave me $1 million and I could just retire early and do nothing but read, I still wouldn't finish it all. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's so sobering.
Yeah, I know, right? Isn't that like, oh my God.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Oh man. So what were some of your favorite like episodes or things that you got to like do on the podcast? Did you have any other besides like milestones like in subscribers or view count or whatever? Like, do you have any favorites?
Well, I got through a lot of Malazan, and I did a lot of Malazan episodes that really did well. People love to talk about Malazan if they've read Malazan. The rest of the world ain't enough Malazan, so that's okay. I'm in the club now because I got through it and did a lot of content on that.
Yeah.
And recently I jumped back into Joe Abercrombie's First Law world, which has me going, why did I wait so long? Because I read the original trilogy back in 2021, and Zach and I both did, and we did content, and then I didn't touch the rest of the books. And now I'm back in. I've read the 3 standalones, and I read the first of the Age of Madness. I'm on the second now, and they're just so good. And again, doing content on them, and people really liking it. But I think the biggest thing on our channel is we finally, this is our 5th year now. We're started here in November. We finally got a more effective format on how we talk about books when we do a review. We can be very random, and just kind of wander all over the place. And I don't know how some people actually watched that content back then. But now we've got a pattern we follow, the way we cover things, and I think people are liking that.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I don't wear costumes though. Sorry, I got no wigs.
You got to get into the costume game.
I cannot get up to your level there, Spencer.
No, that's cool. So you kind of figured out your outline for the show.
Yep.
I think that's something that we're still kind of working on. Even with Sam joining the show. Just the influence of Sam into the podcast episode has drastically changed how we talk about books. Because before it was kind of like I had this really like strict outline, and then she came in and messed it all up. And we just we're like, my notes have now boiled down to general thoughts, like the intro, and then general thoughts, and then just everything I think about the book. And that's like what it boils down to now. And we just kind of we kind of jump around. Like we'll talk about things like in order, but it's much more free flowing than it used to be, I feel like.
There you go. She Samified it. There you go.
Yeah, Samified it.
Anyone who's watched enough videos that I've been in should know that I have ADD and I talk about it all of the time. And B, you can tell, okay? You can just tell by the way that I jump from one thing to another. Or like earlier when Jim brought up the Amazon package, the only reason I brought up my ornaments was because one of the ornaments I ordered was an Amazon package ornament. And that was what I had put the wrong year on. So it didn't make sense to maybe anyone else, the connection at the time. But
that's good. That's right.
Yep. All over the place.
Totally.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so it's definitely changed a lot of how we do. Oh, what I was gonna say, you were talking about your ADD. I've had to edit out 3 probably 20-minute conversations of Sam and Gabe talking about their ADD.
That's quality content. Wow.
Yeah.
We're like talking about the book, and then Sam and Gabe just go off on this tangent about their ADD. And I'm like, cut all that.
You're missing an opportunity, man. Create an ADD playlist and just all there for those peeps.
I still have all the video. I should just go through and compile.
That would be funny.
We could do a blooper reel, and we'll make it funny, call it Mulligans or something. You know?
Yeah, that'd be so funny.
That's a good idea.
That'd be so funny. Yeah, I definitely want to start doing stuff like that. I feel like there was a period of time, and honestly, I think that there was a period of time where we had the most growth when I was putting out just random 5-minute videos or 10-minute videos. And Jim, something that you've done this year is you have started putting out just a lot of content. Whether it's just a quick video or a YouTube short or whatever, you have something uploading all the time. And I think that's really led to your success, as you've seen in your subscriber count this year.
Yep.
And so that's something that I kind of want to try next year, even if it's just a quick 2-minute video, or like Mike's book reviews. He does his weekly update where he just talks about what he read that week or what he watched, or movies, games, whatever. He just kind of gives a basic life update every week. And so I think I want to try something like that. Obviously, we can't record more than one full podcast episode a week and edit it and get it out. That would be a lot. But I think at least I could record smaller videos. And if Sam ever wanted to record a short review of something she read or something, it'd be cool to just get more content out in general.
No, that would be good, because I read a lot of stuff that I love, but I know you guys wouldn't love. You know what I mean? And I could bring that other genre into it as well, and I could definitely do that. I can.
Yeah, you really should try branching out that way. We've got a lot of feedback because we put both kinds out. We have our long form episodes and then the short stuff, and a lot of people really appreciate when it's just 10 to 15 minutes. Because they can just power through that easy, as opposed to needing to commit 90 minutes or 2 hours, to get through something, and they can't really sit down and do that at once. And they like the Twitter stuff.
Yeah, for sure. And then I guess I think maybe the last thing is we started a Patreon this year. And that has had really good success. We have a few members over there that have been consistent throughout the year. We've had some people pop in for 3 months at a time where they were donating. There was one lady donating $20 a month for 3 months. And so that was really, really nice. And, we're still kind of figuring out Patreon. I think we made a good move by allowing patrons to view our episodes live. I got that idea from you, obviously, Jim. It's been fantastic to have patrons jump in for the occasional episode, and usually they watch it later. They may not watch it live or something, but at least they have it before the rest of YouTube gets it, and they can watch it at their leisure. So that's been fantastic. It's just been great, seeing people come out in support of us, even just with the we don't have dozens and dozens of patrons or anything, but just the people that are there, I'm wow, these people wanted to come out and support us, even whether it's $3 a month, $6 a month. We appreciate all of you guys so much, because that's just crazy that you would come support us financially like that. So thank you.
And a lot of why all of us do these channels is just to share the fun with people. So those are next level people saying, yes, this is fun. We're here with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out Nova. Shout out Shad. Those are definitely two I've seen in every single stream I've done.
Yep.
For sure. Okay, so let's go into some of our topics here. I was gonna do an announcements for next year. So we're kind of talking about things with the channels here, so I guess it's fitting. Is next year we want to get out more content per week if we can. I'm not gonna commit to getting out 2 or 3 videos a week. But if I can, I'm going to try to up the production of videos that I'm putting out. And then, as most of you guys know, this year we focused on Stormlight Archive and Harry Potter. And then, of course, we've had our Dresden Files going since we started the podcast. And that's going to be wrapping up next year. We're getting to the end of what we have from the Dresden Files. So that's going to be sunsetting soon. So we have a few series that I've wanted to replace some of these with because Harry Potter is going to be over with soon. I think we're going into Half-Blood Prince is next. So that's we're damn near the end of the series. So we'll be wrapping up Harry Potter probably in the first quarter of 2025. And we're going to be replacing that with the Farseer trilogy. And that is going to be super fun. I read the first 2 books in that series, and it was certainly a standout for me. And I know it's Sam's favorite series. Yeah, yeah. And so I'm really excited for us to do that. It gave me big King Killer vibes. I really think anybody that likes King Killer would like Farseer. They're so similar in so many ways, especially the beautiful prose and it's so poetic and just I just want to eat up this sentence.
And usually I don't care about that. And Robin Hobb is just masterful in the way that she wrote these books. They are the best books I've ever read. The story is just so beautiful, but she also rips your heart out over and over and over again, and yet you find yourself coming back again and again.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I need to know more. I need to know the rest. It's just a beautiful series. It really is.
Yeah, I was actually going to read the 3rd book by the end of this year, but I was I'd rather experience it for the first time on the podcast. So I read the first 2, and I'm going to wait to read the 3rd when we all go through it, which should be pretty soon here. But scenes in King Killer that are when Quoth is homeless on the streets of Tarbean, and that lady comes up and gives him a little bit of money, and it means so much to him, and you feel so strongly for Quoth, or when he's crying in his bed and Ari gets in with him and stuff. Those kind of scenes, that is very much what Farseer is like. Yeah, it's so good. You really like it.
Goosebumps, goosebumps thinking about it. It's just, they're just so good. They're so good.
I'll add it to the list. 2025 goals.
Yeah, and the narrator is really good. They're really, really good if you do the audio books.
I do both, yeah.
Nice. So Farseer is coming up. Also, you guys know that we've been doing Stormlight, and that is kind of coming to an end within the next few months, I would assume, because we just finished Oathbringer, and then we just have Rhythm of War and Dawn Shard, and Winds of Truth. Yeah,
Wind and Truth.
Wind and Truth. Okay.
Wind and Truth.
Is it not Winds of Truth?
No.
Oh,
I don't know if I buy the physical copy yet because we're in the middle of our read for the pod, and it's a reread for me, and so I've just been holding off because I know if I purchase it, I will read it.
I'm I think I need to get the physical copy now, right? Because then it would be the first edition.
Yeah,
the first printing.
I guess that's true.
It is huge.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Rhythm of War is my biggest hardcover book. It's
I'm not looking forward to trudging through that. I mean, I'm looking forward to reading it. I'm just not looking forward to the length of it. But we're gonna finish that up in the next like 2 or 3 months, I would think, unless it takes us a little bit longer. And what we're going to be replacing that with is a series that people are floored that we haven't read, being a fantasy podcast. Literally everybody who finds out that we haven't read this is like, what are you guys even doing? You're not even a real fantasy podcast. And that is A Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones.
Oh, I read them like 5 times. What do you mean?
You're not a real fantasy podcast.
I've read them too.
Clearly.
Yeah, you've read it. Gabe and I have not read them.
Oh, yay! I love this. Never happens where I have read them, just like with the Stormlight Archives. That was the first time it had been a book I had read so many times, and they had not at all. So I love having the upper hand.
They're phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing it. I liked the show. I didn't see all of the show, but I made it like 2, maybe I think I finished the 2nd season. And
it's not very far.
No, it's not very far at all.
There's 8 seasons, my friend.
Yeah, and so I'm excited to get into the books, and that'll kind of take the place of Stormlight Archive, like a big like epic fantasy kind of thing. So yeah, looking forward to that. I don't know if we'll watch the show along with it. I think that's going to be a lot to do. So maybe we'll just read the books, and then maybe at some point in the future we'll watch the show or something. But then 2 other things that I'm going to try to squeeze in wherever they can. They won't necessarily be replacing anything. I guess you could say maybe they'd replace Dresden, but that's probably not going to end for, like, it'll probably take us like this next year to get through the rest of Dresden, or at least like half the year or something. But we want to get into King's Dark Tidings and do a book by book read of it, because we've done like big discussions on it where we talk about the whole series.
So the OG episode.
Yeah, exactly. But I'd love to do like a reread series where we like sit down and really talk about it book by book. And Sam, like I want Sam to read them so bad that I'm going to force her to by just making it an episode that we do. So that's kind of why.
He knows me well.
Yeah, I might as well. And then something I realized this morning that we had on the list from last year that we wanted to do this year was Red Rising, go through all of Red Rising, and we didn't do it. So again, I'm not going to promise that we'll get to it next year, but we will certainly try.
Spencer, how far did you get when you read it, though? What book did you stop on?
I've read all of it. I've read all of Red Rising.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've read through Lightbringer.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Can you open, just like turn that thing? Yeah, we need a little bit of light. Yeah.
I don't know. I thought
there we go.
Being a little shady was kind of cool.
Oh my god, I was so confused for a second though, because it's 6:30 here for me. It's been dark for 2 hours now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's probably about to get dark for us.
Yeah, we're real close.
Okay, so should we go into talking about our favorites of the year?
Let's do it.
Do we want to start with books? Is that what we want to do, or do we want to start with like shows, or what do we want to do here?
Make the call, Spencer. We'll follow your lead.
Start with
Okay,
books.
you're the boss.
Because like I have too many shows, and I feel like that's going to be like a super long discussion, because a lot of us have a lot of shows. But books was hard for me, so I don't have that much when it comes to books.
Yeah, I don't really either.
Okay.
I had a lot of rereads this year, and it was funny because I text my husband. I was like, "What were the good movies and shows we liked this year?" And Spence, he goes, "Well, you watched a lot of the Vampire Diaries," and I go, "But it had to be new to me this year."
Right?
Like, no, it's not new to me.
Mm-hmm. Right. He's like, I don't know.
And I go, ugh. So yeah, let's do books.
Okay, let's do it. So let's start at the bottom with Jim. And we'll work counterclockwise. So we'll go Jim, Sam, Chris, me, and Gabe. And so Jim, what is What's your number 5 at the bottom of your list?
My number 5 was one of the hottest books of 2023, so I decided to try it. The Ferryman by Justin Cronin.
Okay.
And it's kind of a sci-fi mystery thriller, and it was bloomin' fantastic. Standalone novel, excellent read. I strongly recommend it. Usually when one of these books is like, oh, it's all over Book Talk and everybody loves it, I'm like, yeah, not gonna like it. No, this one I dug, and I put more Justin Cronin books on my TBR because of it.
Nice. What's the basic premise?
The basic premise is you've got these people who live in a utopia. Everything's on an island and everything's perfect and beautiful, but there's a second-class group of citizens that live on a smaller island. They come over and they're the servants. They're the ones that do all the sewer jobs, the cleaning jobs and stuff. So there's kind of some class inequity and tension that starts to rise. And when that starts to blow up, you realize you knew nothing, because that's when the big twist comes.
Oh,
nice.
Okay.
That sounds awesome.
I will have to check this out. That's great.
There's no way you can predict what actually is going on, and I love
Those are my favorite.
Yeah, I love that feeling. What was the thing I read? Oh yeah. It was. Wow, there was something I read. I'll have to go through my library here. That's cool though. I'm literally gonna write down the Ferryman.
And one more piece to it that isn't enough spoiler light that it will really tease this is these people who live in the utopia. They're always perfect health, perfect age. Nobody gets really super old, because when you start to show even the slightest little decline, you get on the ferry over to the third island.
Oh.
And nobody knows what happens there, except you end up coming back sometime later, young again, and with none of your memories. Like, you've been reset.
Wow.
And that's just normal. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Ooh, what's going on? Yeah, mystery.
Yeah, that's cool.
Some of that sounds like similar to The Giver in a way. Do you know what I mean? It's like utopia, and some people get the bad jobs and some people have the good jobs.
There are some shared elements, but what's deeper really going on is not like The Giver.
No, yeah, but I was like, oh, that's like similar in that sense, which I loved The Giver. So that's
cool. Yeah, it's a good book.
God, we should read The Giver next year, just for like a one-off episode. That's such.
I'd like to read that. I've never actually read it.
You've never read The Giver? Oh, you haven't either? Oh man, it was the book in
older book?
Early 2000s.
Yeah, probably around then. Yeah.
I think I was in like middle school when I had to read it.
Yeah, it was very common back in middle school.
It went over my head.
I mean, I as a teacher was sharing it with students.
Yeah, exactly.
You all youngins.
That the Giver was literally the book in it was either junior high or like really early high school or something where I read it. And before, it's like they make you read like, I don't know, like Mark Twain or like just like other like random classics. And The Giver and the what's the other classic they always make you read in school?
To Kill a Mockingbird.
To Kill a Mockingbird. Yeah. That those two books made me realize that I loved reading. Like those were literally like the first books that made me be like realize that I was that
Cirque du Freak.
Cirque du Freak. Oh yeah, you like Cirque du Freak.
I love those.
Yeah, that was your thing back in the day.
I was in middle school.
Yeah. You went the Cirque du Freak route, and I went the Series of Unfortunate Events route.
I loved those books. I love those books.
Yeah.
And then freshman year, they made me read Grapes of Wrath, and I still decided I wanted to read more books.
That's funny. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll have to do The Giver, and I've often thought about what if we did a series going through a series of unfortunate events, but I don't know how well it would do on the channel, and I don't know if everybody would enjoy it, but maybe it's something we could try or something. But I would love to do The Giver as like a one-off episode. Sam, what's your number 5?
So my number 5 out of my top books. Okay. I had 6, so I'm trying to figure out which one's
Make one an honorable mention. We'll do honorable mentions at the end.
Oh, I get so much crap for honorable mentions. I do that all the time on my top lists.
Yeah.
So I would say number 5 out of my 5 would be The Lies of Locke Lamora.
Yes, let's go.
I've actually read that.
Still haven't read it.
The first book, The Lies of Locke Lamora. The first book I thought was perfect. The second book I felt was 3 books mashed into one, and if they had like been separated a little, I would have been much happier with it. But I still really enjoyed it. The first one was perfect. It was. I loved it.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Yeah.
Zach has read that, my co-host, but it's been on near the top of my TBR for a few years and never quite reaches the top.
Not quite there.
Dang it.
Yeah, Jim, I had started it twice. I started it twice and stopped after the first like 30 pages. And then finally Spencer was like, no, he knew me. We're doing this for the pod. So Sam's going to read it. And I really loved it. I was really glad that I don't want to say I was forced to slog through it. It was just for whatever reason.
You had a purpose to read it.
It didn't instantly capture me, but once I got through like the first 100 pages, I was hooked. I needed to know more. I wanted to keep going. And I was really glad that, Spencer tricked me into doing it. So
Well, part of how I read my TBR is when people do what you just did, Sam, and you're raving about it. I go onto the TBR and I move things. Thank you.
Yeah. No, but Naomi Novik's, A Deadly Education. Put that at the top.
That's way on my TBR. Oh my goodness.
I think
I'll find it.
I think that's one of the first books I'm reading in this new year or maybe I'll read it while I'm on vacation out here. But
I'm in the middle of a reread. It's my 6th time, maybe. It is just, it never gets old. The way that she explains how magic works, you believe it's real. It all makes sense. And she's so descriptive. Naomi Novik.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. But number 5, Lies of Locke Lamora.
Awesome. Yeah, you still need to read the sequel.
So, I think it'd be good if I laid out a list of 2025 goals.
Yeah.
To keep myself accountable.
Yeah.
The second book will be on that list because I've told you for like 2 years.
Oh my God. Yeah, we went through the whole trilogy this year. And the interesting thing about those episodes is we all had very different opinions on each book. Like, book 2 is my favorite. Sam did not like it at all.
It's not that I didn't like it. It was just too much.
It had its issues, for sure. Like, it was too much crammed into a book, for sure.
Did it get better in the third?
It did. And how about, I think one of the best moments of the year for the podcast was Spencer was holding over my head the whole time the lore of Sabbatha. Like, holding it over me. If anyone tells that Sam in the streams, he would say, I will murder you. Like, do not ruin this for her.
Don't spoil Sabbatha for him.
And so, hey, if anybody hasn't read it yet and you're going to, do not read the synopsis on the back of the third book. Because it spoils the whole lore.
That's good to know. Okay.
She was so excited to learn about Sabbatha the entire time, and I was telling her, I'm like, there's gonna be this big reveal, it's gonna be crazy, it's gonna blow your mind. And she's like, okay. And then for whatever reason, she reads the back of the book.
The synopsis is like, Sabbatha is literally this.
I'm like, just start the book. Don't read the back of it.
The only thing worse is when someone actually has the cover as a major spoiler. There are some
for sure. It's like, what are you doing?
Why? Yeah.
I just took Spence and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. So just keep reading them and don't read anything about them.
Can do.
Because it's a great reveal if you don't know what's about them.
Oh, that was great. That was great.
Okay, so Chris, did you read 5 books this year?
I know.
He hasn't been on the pod. This is the first time he's been on the podcast this year.
It's been a really busy year for me.
I understand.
Yeah, I traveling a lot for work, and then I had school. But the good news is I'm finished with school. It's done.
Nice.
Done for good. So no more school plus work full time. I'll be working, and that's it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I expect to participate a little more next year. That's also on the goal list.
Nice. Okay.
But despite all that, I did manage to read 5 books at least. So,
Okay.
Yeah. So I do have a list.
Okay.
And I better make sure.
Number 5.
In my head. Yeah. And okay, so number 5. Number 5 is Eye of the World. Robert Jordan. Wheel of Time.
Did you finish it?
Of course.
Oh,
Well, not the series, the first book.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know you had done that.
Yes. So if you recall, I had actually Jim last year in last year's podcast. I asked him specifically.
Go way back.
I was like, Jim, you seem to know what you're talking about. If you had to recommend a series that I should read, what would it be? And he said Wheel of Time.
Yeah.
He's like, you should read Wheel of Time. I was
There
like,
you go.
Okay, all right, I will. So I started it. Yeah.
That's great.
And yeah, no, it was a fantastic book. I loved it. It's such an easy read. Like you just keep going. Like it just, I just wanted to keep going. So yeah, I loved it. But
did it feel very like Lord of the Ringsy, where it's just like cozy?
Yes, yeah. I was like,
it's very much like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, none of these main characters are gonna die. This is fun. Like, I was like, we're good. I was like, we're
heartbreaking.
Yeah, I was like, we're good. We're gonna be okay. So that was nice. I mean, it is a fun change of pace. You know?
Yeah.
It's kind of nice. But the thing that I just wanted to mention real quick was that I had watched the Amazon season 1 TV show for just like a random reason, and I watched that before I read the book.
Yeah.
And so like when I watched the TV show, I was like, oh, that wasn't terrible. You know, so I watched the first season. I was like, that wasn't that bad.
Then you read the book.
It's kind of fun.
This is the most awful.
And then I read the book and I was like, oh, I kind of get it. Like,
yeah. I told you.
So I kind of get why people are upset. So,
yeah.
Well,
but I think
Jim and
that's
I
the-
love the show, okay? So we will take none of anyone's bullcrap.
Well, so that's the thing is like I enjoyed the show too. Like when I watched the first season, I was
The
like,
show is not the book. The book
it's
is
not exactly.
Very
That's
different.
just like Game of Thrones. The book is not the show. The show is not the book. Look at them as just two
True.
separate entities.
They're not.
Yeah, but to be honest, I thought the show was kind of fun.
As Wheel of Time, but yeah.
I
Yeah,
thought
no,
season
exactly.
2 of Wheel of Time was phenomenal. It was.
I'm excited for season 3.
I can't wait.
Don't tell Spencer I watched the second season too.
Oh my god! You gotta be kidding.
Nice.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh my god, that's great. That's great. Okay, so yeah, do you have like a favorite character, just out of curiosity?
Oh, Randolph Thor for sure.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's definitely not Nynaeve. Not in that book.
Yeah, Nynaeve sucks.
Nynaeve kind of sucks.
My favorite is Matt. I love Matt.
Matt is great.
You've read
Yeah.
more than the first book, Spencer.
What's that?
That's because you've read more than the first book.
Yeah, that's true.
True.
I can't remember who my favorite would have been from the first book, but
Is
but
Loyal
Matt
in the first book?
Say again?
Is Loyal in the first book?
Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Favorite
Yeah.
character, hands down, people. Come on,
Loyal Thor, yeah. I like
Yeah.
that.
Book, I would agree. Rand was my favorite character. Matt becomes my favorite character.
I mean, I also like Moraine in the first book. Like Moraine's
Yeah,
cool. Like,
yeah.
Just the powerful eye.
Yeah.
Like I think she's badass.
And then they just ruin her in the show.
See, I think it's the opposite. I thought Moraine was awful in the books, and I loved her in the show.
They did not ruin her in the show. They changed her a bit, but ruin? That's harsh, man.
I
Wow.
think they made her
it is.
more palatable in the show, you know?
More palatable than in the book?
Yes.
Oh, you're crazy. Anyways, this isn't.
Thank you for joining us on the
Don't get me started. I won't
we
stop.
literally this year could be defined by how many arguments we've gotten into about the Wheel of Time show.
Well, not only that, just that Spencer and I are always just on the opposite sides of whatever we're discussing.
Which is
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
It's like one of my favorite things.
Super
about
fun.
having
Yeah.
friends here. Is that she's willing to fight you. I'm not.
You're like, I'll let it go. Sam's like, no, fuck you.
I love it.
Oh my god.
Gabe's
Okay,
like, no,
so
Spencer will wear me down. Sam's like,
she's the bard that comes in with the buff. Like, no, Wheel of Time is actually awesome. Okay, so my number 5 from the year, and I kind of think that it's the only reason it's in my number 5 spot is because it was like a really recent read. I bet if I went back and read it again, it might even be higher on my list.
recent bias. Yep.
Yeah, a little bit of recency bias. My number 2 book has a lot of well, I wouldn't say a lot of recency bias. Anyways, we'll get to it. So for my number 5, so I've known Chris for most of my life, and he is a big Sherlock Holmes fan. And so I've heard about Sherlock Holmes, for like years and years and years. And something this winter, I was like, Chris is always talking about Sherlock Holmes. I got to read some Sherlock Holmes. And so I went to start with like the older books, and I was like, I'm just not like feeling this right now. I'm like, what if I found like a new Sherlock Holmes book just to like get into it, and then I could go back and read the older stuff because I'd already be into Sherlock. And so I picked up The House of Silk by Anthony Horowitz. And this is the first book since Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's death that has been officially canonized by the Conan Doyle estate. So lots of people have tried to write Sherlock books and stuff. None of them have been officially canonized until House of Silk. And so reading that, I was like, okay, like I should start with this book. Like it's part of the actual canonization of Sherlock Holmes. It's recognized and what's the word? Like applauded by them. And so, yeah, I started House of Silk, and from the beginning, I was completely enraptured by this book. And I had known like the basics of Sherlock, that he was like the smart one, but he was kind of like kooky. And then Watson was like this doctor that was always trying to like keep him in line, kind of. And reading this book, I just absolutely fell in love with just the whole like idea of Sherlock Holmes and Watson. And now I definitely want to go back and read like the earlier books. I'm just all in. Matter of fact, after I read House of Silk, I know it's probably like what the Wheel of Time show is to me. But I went and watched the Sherlock Holmes movies with Robert Downey Jr.
Those are pretty bad.
Are they pretty bad? Okay, I was like,
what did Jim just say? You said they're okay.
They're entertaining. They're not.
Yeah, I've always
enjoyed those movies. Sherlock Holmes, but they're entertaining.
So yeah, they're okay. They're entertaining. But I love the BBC Sherlock.
Yeah.
Should I watch that?
Yeah. It's like it's modernized.
Okay.
It's like the best adaptation of what Sherlock should be. Like it was. And Benedict Cumberbatch does like an amazing job.
Oh, nice.
It's incredible.
And
cool.
the actor who plays Watson is also fantastic.
Yeah, that's Martin. Martin something. What's his last name? Oh man,
Bilbo Baggins.
Yeah. Oh,
Martin Freeman. Is that right?
That might be right. Yeah.
Hang on.
I'm like, yeah. I think you're right, Jim. I think it's Martin Freeman. I love him as an actor. He's really good.
Yeah, he's done a lot of great
Martin
things.
Freeman.
Martin Freeman. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they make a great pairing in that.
And it's actually incredible. Like Like when I started that show, just the feeling of happiness, I was just like, "Oh boy!" As someone who loves Sherlock, I'm just like, "This is so great." And the thing is, it's modern age, so it's different, but it encompasses the spirit.
Oh, so they have like smartphones and stuff.
Yeah, like I mean, it's like pretty modern.
In the present.
Yeah. So
interesting. Okay.
But it just encompassed the spirit so well that I was just like, man, I love this. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is it like a long form show?
Each Yeah, it's a series, but the seasons, like each episode is pretty long, like over an hour.
Yeah.
And there's only, if I recall right, Jim, there's only like 4 or 5 episodes
Per
a season. It's like
Yeah.
pretty short seasons, but they're long.
Yeah, very UK
Yeah,
show.
yeah, it's like a very UK show.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
How many seasons?
I don't
Look it
remember
up.
what they have at this point, but
It came out in 2010, and
I
there
know.
were
they released some like standalone ones too. Like
okay.
some standalone specials, like a Christmas special. And,
Oh, okay. That's super cool. Yeah, I'm really. What's that?
4 seasons.
Okay.
Nice.
That's really cool. I'm looking forward to that because I wanted more Sherlock content. But House of Silk, just going off of the little, because I read probably like, or I listened to probably like a couple hours of one of the earlier books. And I was like, the way that Horowitz is writing, it seems like what I just read. He does a really good job of like matching that. I think I don't know as much as you do, but it felt like
he does. I mean, spoiler: this book will also be on my list later.
Okay.
But
yeah.
He does a good job.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I just had a fantastic time with this book. It was such a fun mystery. I loved just like everything with Sherlock and how he plays off of Watson. Yeah.
I actually have like 3 chapters.
Oh, okay. I will say I did kind of see the person who's responsible for like the crime they're trying to solve. I kind of saw it coming a little bit, but I didn't know how they would get there. I didn't know how they would connect everything. I had no idea how they were related. And so that was the fun, was the journey throughout the book, like solving the mystery piece by piece and kind of figuring it out. I had a great time with this book. There's another one by this author that'll make it onto my honorable mentions. But this is at a firm, top 5 pick for me this year. It was very, very good. Yeah.
Okay. As we kind of discussed earlier, me and Spencer and even Sam mentioned the same thing. We were kind of going through and trying to figure out what was new this year that we read, and I was like, I don't know. I didn't read a lot of new books this year. I pretty much exclusively did rereads. I do have 5.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and what the number 5, which I'm going to pick for number 5, there's some recency bias, but it is Night of Shadows by Kilcade. It's book 6 in the KDT, and so I just finished it.
Man, you powered through that because it like just came out.
Yeah, it's only 8 hours, so it's like
sure.
4 hours on whatever my speed is, and so I actually listened to it twice. But yeah, no, I was very excited. I had forgotten about it, and then Spencer, posted in the group chat like, "Oh my gosh, you guys ready for this?" And so he immediately bought it, and I listened to it, and I was extremely happy with it. There were a couple things that, they weren't disappointments per se, but there were some kind of slow times. There was a couple characters I wanted to see more of that I thought we should have seen more of. But overall, it was great. Yeah, that's my number 5.
So, are we at resolution yet? Like, or is there still yet another?
Still yet another one.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting close. We're getting close. I would be surprised if it wasn't resolved in the next book. Maybe 2. Okay. Yeah. And we're actually gonna have Kilcade on the podcast at some point too. She agreed. Yeah, she agreed to come on the podcast
for the second time.
For the second time to talk about book 6. So that'll be really, really cool.
So that's why Spencer's been pushing me to get through.
Yes, because he wants you to participate.
Yes, yes, he wants you to participate, and trust me, it'd be worth it. Kilcade's
she's super cool.
She's super cool. She's an amazing human being, and yeah.
I think
so
Spencer brought it up like at the very beginning of my insane season at work, and I was like,
yeah.
Did you want me to read 6 books for once out of your fucking mind? Like,
yeah.
Kilcade's on my TBR because of your podcast, because of Spencer. Yeah. That's why it's on my radar.
Yeah.
Yep. Good. It's worth it.
Book 1. I'm like 30 pages in, but I did start book 1. So
there you go. Progress.
Yeah, Sam, I will say that Spencer and I have major disagreements over this series as well. So it'll be interesting to see how
I
how
forgot
much or how not
forgot
in
about
line
that.
with him on these.
Yeah.
It does not surprise me in any way that Spencer would have any major argument with anyone.
Yeah, that's true.
Period.
That's very true.
Does not
Yeah,
surprise
it's
me.
Brandon in his soul to argue.
I think he like secretly like loves it. You know, he gets like a little bit of a thrill out of it. So he's like,
Oh, yeah.
It's a glutton for conflict.
like,
Yeah, that's right. Conflict.
Yeah,
And, a good debate makes it fun.
I'm contrarian by nature. Like my initial instinct in everything is to be the opposite of what I think like the mainstream.
Ooh, edgy.
Just, I admit it though. I'm not someone who's like, oh, I'm edgy. I always think the opposite. No, like I am aware that my initial instinct is to always be the opposite. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like that. Absolutely.
Yeah. But I am self-aware enough to say, no, let me take a step back. Is this real or am I just being an asshole? You know, it can go both ways. It can go both ways. It's a 50-50 crapshoot, okay? You know.
Yep. That's fair. That's totally fair.
All right, so we're on to book 4, right? So Jim, you're up first. What's the best book of the year?
Book 4 for me is, and it's really I'm putting the whole series on them, but I'm putting the last book I've read, Lightbringer by Pierce Brown. I read the Red Rising saga all in 2024. And those books were so much fun. And so the last one is Lightbringer. And now we're waiting. Come on, give us that last book. But they just kept getting better book after book after book. And Lightbringer packs a punch and takes it home. It's
nice.
Great.
So
I struggled once we got to like the books where they're in space.
Really? Okay.
I have trouble with anything in space. My brain, which already cannot make up like visualizations on my own, you put in a space scene, I am lost. I
not believe in space, Sam?
It's just in space. So think of each planet and moon as another village in the world, you know, and the spaceship is just the car traveling to the next village.
Another village.
It really is
9 million miles away.
It's like a giant ocean that has orbs in the floating around in it.
It's just they made the setting space, but you could have made the setting just a fantasy world, and it would have been the same story. It's fantastic in that way.
Yeah. Those are some of my favorite books. The beginning of the series. Those are some of my favorite books.
It's one where I tried to get my wife to read it and failed. She did not dig this series at all. So I got her to read The Wheel of Time. I got her to read Mistborn, Red Rising. She was like, nah.
So
finish the first book.
I was the same way. Spencer was like, you gotta read Red Rising. And I started the first book and I was like, hey man, like this main character's a dick. And he's like, so I was like, I'm gonna stop reading this. This is not appealing to me. And then he's like, no, you have to keep going. And so like 6 months later, I just started the whole book again and just powered through it. And then by the end, I was like, okay, this is pretty good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, Morningstar made it, wasn't it like your top 1 or 2?
It was, yeah. Last year. That was last year, I think.
Yep. Wow.
Maybe 2 years ago. Yeah.
No, it was last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have not read the second trilogy, I guess. I've read
so the second one is not a trilogy, it's ongoing. So far there's 4.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know if anybody can hear me. It's very, very good. I think it's different from the first trilogy. It's more like instead of being like an action-packed fantasy, it's more of like an epic, like sprawling fantasy kind of. It gets bigger and there's more complex things that are happening. And so I understand why people fall off of the second trilogy, but I still loved it like just as much. Like I think there are specific parts of it that are so good that just make my stomach turn. There's a point in it's either Dark Age or Lightbringer, where Pierce Brown describes a battle as a meat carpet.
Ooh.
And
gnarly.
And so there's stuff like just big, like gnarly battles where everybody's dying. And Lightbringer Lightbringer, and I read this. It probably would have been on my list for this year as well, except I read it. I think I read it the previous year, and it like destroyed my heart in some.
The ending of the book is pretty rough.
Yeah, it was brutal, and I was like, "No, you didn't just do that." Like, oh, it's beautiful and dark, and it made me want to cry. Parts of it made me want to laugh, and it was so like action packed and amazing. Lightbringer definitely deserves a spot on anyone's top 5.
And the big shift between the first 3 and then the rest of the books is the first 3 is Darrow's story. And his point of view,
it's not first person anymore.
His point of view.
Wow.
That shift starting with book 4, you got a whole bunch of different point of views. It's telling different people's stories. Darrow's still there, but it's a broader story now. And not everybody likes that shift. I loved it. Thought it.
I think that's cool that they evolved a little bit.
Yeah, in any book I read, I personally prefer a first person point of view, or like at least like a main character centered point of view. But I didn't really mind that it moved to third. I think it's fair given how big the conflict gets and everything. So,
yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So Sam, that was mine.
Yep.
What's yours?
Okay, so mine is in no way a new book, but it was new to me in 2024.
That always counts.
Sure.
I read The Godfather, and I loved it.
I didn't know this.
So much. I could not put it down. I was just boom, 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 boom. I think I finished it in maybe 2 days at most. I could not put it down. It was such a phenomenal book. And you know what I think really got me into it? We had watched the TV show. I want to say it's called The Offer. I'm a little fuzzy. I believe it's called The Offer. Let me look it up.
Yeah, I think so.
It's all about how the Godfather film gets made.
Yeah.
And it got me but it's a drama. It's not a documentary. And it's got Miles Teller's the guy who.
Oh, I love Miles Teller.
Yeah, it is so good. I loved The Offer so much. And I know so few people that have actually watched the show. But so it made me really want to read the Godfather book. And man, I loved it. I loved the Godfather book. So it is my number 4 this year.
Have you seen the movie?
I have, but I was never that interested in it. And I think if I were to now watch it again, having read the book, it would be different. But it's a very long movie, and I just have not put aside the time to do it. But the book, I loved the book so much instantly that I almost don't want to like tarnish it in any way.
Yeah.
Because I loved the book. The book was great. And then the show about the making of the movie was phenomenal. And I think that really helped me want to get into it. But yeah, I loved The Godfather. It was really good. If you haven't read it, highly suggest it.
That's cool.
Very cool.
It was good. I thought the watch party.
That would be sweet.
I would love that. I love
playing movie.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever finished all of the Godfather movies, but I've seen the first one for sure.
Yeah.
That'd be really, really cool.
Yeah, the book is really good. Definitely recommend it.
That's cool.
Yeah. Nova texted me and said, "Y'all kind of sound like you're in a cave."
Oh no.
And I'm like, "Oh, sorry." Nothing we can do about it, really. Okay, so Godfather for you, and then I guess you'd be next on the rotation.
Am I up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This was actually one that I read in the very first month of this year. So right at the beginning in January. This was another recommendation from you guys. This was Project Hail Mary.
Oh, yeah.
I love that book.
Yeah.
That was my number 1.
Anthony Weir. Right? Yeah.
I can't wait for the movie. I can't wait.
Yeah. I had
which book? I missed that. Which book?
Project Hail Mary.
Oh, yes.
But
good
we're
one.
now moving on to Project Hail Mary.
Yeah, so I read that in January of this year. This was another recommendation from you guys. So I read it in January. So right at the beginning of the year. But it was definitely one of my favorite books of this year.
Nice.
Yeah.
I read The Martian previously, and I liked The Martian a lot. And yeah, this was just as good.
Awesome.
Yeah. So
Super cool.
Great book.
Yeah, I'm glad you're able to enjoy that. That's a great.
Yeah.
And a star Ryan.
Man, it's so hard to it's so hard to talk about that book without spoilers.
Yeah,
I know. That's why I'm like, I don't really know what else to say.
Yeah.
But you know what?
That's
Project
totally
Hail
true.
Mary reminds me of the book I'm always trying to get you guys to read, A Deadly Education by Naomi Novik, because they are so similar in the way that they write about these things that you're like, yes, they're right with the science and the how things happen and why, but in a realistic sense. And it's very similar, those two books, with how the authors are able to write these things. And you're like, yeah, I believe you, like 100%. You're right.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite parts about that book was the science and the problems that they, back up and make it completely 100% believable, like it could happen, on Earth today, which is super cool.
That was one of the few books that I thought, you know what, I'm glad I listened to it instead of read it. Because with how much scientific stuff they go through in Project Hail Mary, I think it would have been really hard to read, but listening to it, I was like, okay, it's just going to keep going. I'm not
right. It flows.
And then then there's the oral tones, right, of the other character.
Yes.
Good say.
Yeah.
And yet it's one of Andy Weir's gifts, though. He can take all that sciencey stuff and still make it interesting.
Yeah.
Don't get bored, but it's real smart science stuff.
Yeah.
It really makes me
love A Deadly Education, okay? You would love it.
That's really plugging this. Okay,
it really makes me think of Michael Crichton, because I've heard that Michael Crichton kind of does the same thing, where he takes like some really heavy sciencey stuff and makes it a little easier to understand and puts it in a would you agree, Jim? Have you read?
I would, but I'm laughing because we're talking about these smart things and we're using words like sciencey stuff.
I know. Yeah. For sure. Yeah.
I did it first, so great. But yeah, Michael Crichton stuff is fantastic too, along the same lines. Yeah.
Similar to Blake Crouch. I think Blake Crouch does that really well.
Dark Matter.
Yeah, Dark Matter version.
Yeah. I read Dark Matter years ago.
Yeah. Okay, so my number 4 is The Crimson Campaign by Brian McClellan. And this is the second book in the Powder Mage trilogy.
Wow, okay.
He's a student, like literally a student of Brandon Sanderson. And so his magic system, he's learned a lot from Brandon Sanderson about like magic systems and how to build characters. I think that Brian McClellan is much better at making likable characters and just kind of the prosy like flow. I think he's better at that than Brandon Sanderson. He's not so like dry. And it was fantastic. This series blew me away. If it wasn't for how amazing the next 3 books on my list were, it would have been significantly higher. Like I loved the Powder Mage trilogy. It was so good.
Okay, true story. It's not on my TBR because every time I hear it, I hear Powerpuff Girls. That's just what comes into my head. I'm like, I don't want to read the Powder Mage then. No, what? No.
It's so good. It's set in like a Civil War era kind of technology. And these mages have the ability to affect gunpowder, just like in any way, really. They can make it explode. They can make a bullet like curve. They can make it. They can make a bullet like spiral and do all these cool different things. They can eat gunpowder and go into like this battle rage. And there's all these different elements that work together. And then there's another type of magic, similar to Sanderson, how he's usually got like 2 or maybe 3 different magic systems that are going on at one time, a la like Mistborn. And so you kind of have these like different magic systems, but they're all really similar. They all kind of connect in a certain way. And the characters are just fantastic. By the second book, I cared about the characters so much. I didn't want to see anybody die or get hurt. I was like, no. And the way that they interacted with each other, I guess you could say the main character is this guy Tanis, and he's like the leader of the army. He's like the top of the top, and he is trying to fight against. Oh God, it's been a while since I've read these now. But he's fighting against the tyranny of this old empire. Like there was this king, and like the very beginning, like the first few sentences of the first book are him going into the capital city and taking it over and leading this rebellion and taking over the capital city of this country or region or whatever. And then it's him trying to hold that position for the next 3 books, or for the first 3 books, and trying to establish himself as the new ruler. And at first he doesn't really want to be the new ruler. He just wants to like get rid of the old king and stuff because they were like really bad. And so it's him kind of fighting with the weight of responsibilities. Like, well, now that I've taken over this region, like, what do I do now? And like, how do we maintain this? How do we keep this? And like fighting all these battles on the outskirts. And then there's these other mages that come through that have like real mage powers, like electricity and fire and like what you would think of like a wizard. Right. And these people that can curve bullets and stuff are trying to fight fireballs and like giant lightning storms and stuff. And so it gets really, really insane. And I cannot recommend the series enough. It was a huge standout for me. People have been telling me literally for years, before we even started the podcast, that I needed to read this trilogy. And I kept putting it off. And there happened to be just like one fateful week this year where I was like, I want to try something new. I guess I'll pick this up. And I devoured all 3 books back to back.
Cool.
And I can't say enough good things about it. The characters will really draw you in and be like the reason you stay and like the reason why you continue reading this stuff.
I'm adding them to the TBR as you speak, Spencer.
Yeah. First book is Promise of Blood, and then just to be specific, my pick for the number 4 in my list is the Crimson Campaign, which is the second book.
All right.
Okay.
Sweet.
I'm gonna turn this light on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys
We're
are
losing daylight fast.
I know we're losing daylight. It's getting to that point.
It's nearly. Oh, it's just after 4. Yeah. We're at dusk.
There it is. That we can see.
Yeah. Okay.
My number 4 is book 10 of He Who Fights with Monsters. And currently there are 11 books out. And it's a pretty long form series. And I'm not going to really say a whole lot about what's going on because Spencer is going to read it.
Yeah.
Eventually, hopefully. Soon, yep. Sometime in the next 40 years, probably. But yeah, no, the series is getting, we're getting to the culmination of this kind of long, I guess, potentially world-ending battle, and so it's really good. Yeah.
Oh, Nova started that book a few days ago. She said, "Oh,
Deadly Education."
Yeah. She texted me and she said, "Sam, what was that book that you were telling me about on the pod?" And I went, "Did you mean the like dirty sexual one, or did you mean like this one?" And I just sent her both, and she was like, "I'll take both, thank you."
Both, please.
Yeah, fair.
Would.
Oh, that's great.
Okay, so the newest book in
Not the newest one.
Oh, it's not the newest
The one before that.
Oh, the one before. Did both of them come out this year? There's 2 books this year? Oh, dang, that's sick. Okay.
Yeah.
So the newest one didn't make it onto your list, but the one before that. Oh, it is? Okay. Okay. That's great.
Yeah.
Nice. No, I'm glad they keep getting better and better.
Yes.
Like I'm glad that it's this series that you found that you just keep loving.
Yeah.
Like that's awesome.
It's incredible.
That's cool. All right, back around to Jim.
All right.
Number three.
Number 3 for me, A Little Hatred by Joe Abercrombie.
Woo!
One of the Age of Madness
Right here next
trilogy.
to me.
So good. The first Law trilogy, the original, was good. It didn't inspire me to want to read more. Then this year I got into the standalones and went, these are freaking awesome. So much better than the original. But you need the original or they're not very good because it builds on that. But now when you get to that final trilogy, he's found his voice. It is so fantastic. It's grimdark, so, it's not for the faint of heart, people. If you're delicate, don't read it, okay? Yin yang. But the storytelling is fantastic. So A Little Hatred, I'm on the second book, The Trouble with Peace now. It might be even better, probably is, but the first one was great.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Joe Abercrombie is another author that I really want to get into next year. I've read most of the first Law trilogy. I think I DNF'd the third book. But I know he's a good author. It wasn't that he was bad at writing. It was just that I just wasn't really interested in the setting or the characters.
Spencer, most people who read the first Law trilogy, the third is their favorite, but it wasn't for me. The first was the best for me of that. I get why you DNF'd it. But power through, because then starting with book 4, it's just mind-blowingly good.
Yeah, I was thinking I would finish the third book because I remember everything that happened. So I think I'll just finish the third book and then try to keep going and see, or at least read the standalones. I know he's got 4 or 5 standalones
and there is an ending for book 3 that is worthy. The ending is whoa. So you'll enjoy it when you get there.
Very cool. All right, Sam, number 3.
Okay, so my third book, and my first 2 were the easiest, so it was really hard for me to do the bottom 3 of the top 5. So my number 3 was a series, and I loved the whole series. It was the City of Brass series by S.A. Oh my God, I'm blanking on it. I have it on my shelf somewhere.
I can look it up.
Chakwa.
That
big long name. I don't know how to pronounce it.
It's something like that. The whole series.
S.A. Chakraborty.
Yes.
Chakraborty. There you go.
And
that's it.
There's 3 books, and then there's a novella which has a couple side stories of people from the series. But I blew through that series this year. It was phenomenal. I could not pick just one. The whole series, phenomenal.
Nice.
My number 3 for the year are all 3 of those books because I could not put them down. And I was so upset when I thought I had a 4th book, but it was just side stories, novella side stories, but still from start to finish, just phenomenal storytelling. She just does such a good job. And it's set in this time where they have jinns, the genies that come out.
Yep.
It is so good, and I really cannot recommend it enough. And I wouldn't want to say anything to give it away, but if you like fantasy and you like a little bit of romance where it's part of the storyline, but it is in no way the main storyline, it's very good. And they go back and forth between the different characters' viewpoints, and you see why one person thinks something is one way and the other person thinks it's another way. And I phenomenal series.
I appreciate hearing that because it's one of those series people, it's so wonderful. I'm like, yeah, really?
No, it is.
Okay, someone I know has read it. Hey,
it's very, very good. And I had tried to start it at least once or twice before I finally really got into book 1. And I was so glad I pushed. Not that I had to push through anything. It's just sometimes you're in the mood for something, sometimes you're not. And I finally had the right moment where I was in the mood for it. And man, I could not put those books down. City of Brass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Is it you said there's jinn in it? Is it Arabic? Middle Eastern?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Really, really great. It plays into a lot of the storyline in some ways. It's I'm not gonna It's just so good.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. All 3 of the books. I have nothing to complain about. Any of them. They're all phenomenal.
All right.
Awesome. Very good.
Yeah.
Good. All right, number 3.
All right, number 3 is The Three Body Problem.
Really?
I'm gonna butcher his name, but like Lu Cixin?
Yeah.
Lu. Or Lucy Jin, whether
Lucy
you're doing
Jin,
it the
yeah.
American way or the Chinese way.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the Chinese way was
Yeah.
his first. Yeah, Lu
Yeah.
first.
Oh.
Lu Cixin or something like that. So yeah, I read The Three Body Problem. That was popularized by the TV show. I think that came out this. I mean, it's been a.
I think it was popular before that.
It's been very popular before that, but then just
the show
came out recently, which I have not watched. But yeah, I read the first book, The Three Body Problem, and I don't know. The whole premise is just really interesting, and it's similar to Project Hail Mary in that it tries to stay grounded in at least the realm of scientific possibility. Yeah. It's not too far out there.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of concepts from like actual, modern day physics and science that is used, and it's pretty interesting. And then there's also just a lot.
Might be on my list for shows, So
there you go. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. I haven't heard how the show is, if it does it justice or not, but
I didn't read the book. I own it. I didn't read it, but the show is phenomenal. The show is phenomenal.
Is it really? Okay.
Yes.
I'll have to watch the show after then. Okay.
Is the name of the show also The Three Body Problem?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you watch it at?
Netflix.
The number 3.
No, it's on
Netflix.
Netflix.
Oh, it's on
number
Netflix.
3.
Oh, okay.
Number 3 Body Problem.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Okay, cool. Sweet.
Have you watched it, Jim?
I have. It's in my top 5. We'll get there.
Me too.
Wow.
Me too.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I guess the one thing I was going to say about the book is that it was interesting because it's translated from Chinese, and like you can tell that it is, because the way that the book flows in English is it's like a little different than what you might traditionally be used to with just other.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, like like there's a ton of, I think, like metaphor and simile that's used throughout. And
Cool.
I'm like, that must come from the Chinese
Probably,
translation.
Yeah.
You see it throughout like everything. So that was interesting to me.
Was it hard to understand? I always picture it as like this very tech heavy, technical book. Like,
No, there was one portion that comes to mind where they started talking about quantum mechanics and string theory, and I was like,
I got smarter reading the book. I got smarter.
wow,
That's cool.
interesting.
But a lot of it is very, easily understandable.
Wow.
They talk about like.
Well, have you seen like Ready Player One? I feel like it's similar in the sense of the
Just that game portion of it.
the reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Three Body Problem. It's different from anything else I'd read in the sci-fi genre, and that's one of the things I loved about it. Yeah,
it is very different, exactly. And then it just it's very there's a huge theme of like the Cultural Revolution in China that took place. And that's just something that we don't get exposed to a lot in the West, and so it's just really interesting to have like that kind of history tint to it, in China and the East. And then they had cultural footnotes like in the Kindle version of the book. So like, because they make references that are like well known to any Chinese reader. But like Western,
we would.
It's like I have no idea like what the Red Guard is. So footnotes to help explain.
Cool.
And I was like, this kind of interesting.
that was cool.
No spoilers, but that ship scene. Oh
yes.
That's cool. That's awesome.
So yeah, that's my number 3.
Sweet, cool,
Nice,
awesome. All right, my number 3. So there was 2 books this year that were fighting for the number 1 spot, and if it wasn't for a book that just like came out right at the end of the year here, it was either this book or another one, and something else bumped this down to the number 3 slot. But like all of these top 5s are like, I could make an argument for them being number 1. Like the books were so hard to rank because I was just like, none of them are like similar to each other. They're all like very different from one another. Sometimes even in like different genres, like that Sherlock Holmes book, it's not fantasy. And so they're all just like very different. So they were very hard to rank. but my number 3 spot is Will of the Many by
number 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. It breaks my heart to do it. But who writes Will of the Many? Can somebody help me?
James Islington.
James Islington. Thank you. This book blew me away. Like even as I talk about it, I'm like, should it be my number 1 instead?
Yes.
Like it was so good. Like I put it off for so long and did not expect to like it. Like I never liked the cover of the book, and unfortunately, like I think we all do judge books by their covers. Just because like you
I picked it because of the cover. That was why I picked it for the pod. Like originally, like I had picked that book because I loved the cover. So it's funny that you hated it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. You said that a couple times, and I'm like, I don't know. I just don't get anything from the cover of like the column.
It's just simplistic and beautiful. Like it's just.
So you didn't like that cover right there, Spencer?
This one?
I don't hate it, but I just don't.
No, you hate it.
I just don't feel anything for it. Like I like the new one. There's a new.
They changed it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be getting it. I think. I'll look it up right now while I talk. But this book was just fantastic. I loved it so much. Here's the. I will show you guys what the new cover looks like. I think it's significantly better.
I hate it.
I think it's a weird scene to choose for the front of the book. But I like it. It's the Transfect, like the little shuttle that he rides during the book.
That's cool. Yeah, I definitely like that one probably a little bit better.
Yeah, I just think it's like, whoa, what is that? It almost looks like. And that's the thing I liked about this book. It was like sci-fi kind of mixed with fantasy. And it's just like what it felt like a very like fantasy world. And God, this book just like stole my heart from beginning to end. There's a moment like, I don't know, halfway through the book that just like breaks me every single time. And I think the character is so good. There's some influences from like King Killer. There's influences from Red Rising. There's influences from like dystopian novels. And it just does everything that it needs to do. And then the entire book, you're thinking that things are a certain way. And you get to the very end of the book and it turns everything on its head. Like talk about a twist. It's like I don't even like calling it a twist would be like somehow like degrading it. It completely messes with everything you thought you knew about the book. And it's just like what? And it's literally in the last like few sentences of the book that it like changes all this up. And it doesn't feel forced. Like I read through this book twice now. It feels like everything was foreshadowed and it feels like it was all built up at the beginning, but you just had no way of knowing that while you were reading it through the first time. And I think it just does everything so well. It nails its characters. It nails its magic. It nails its like general, like overarching like plot. It nails just vibes, just like how the world feels and how the story feels. It feels good to be in that world. I would reread this book all the time if I could. And so I'm very, very, very excited for the sequel. And I think everybody should read this book. I would be like everybody that I've recommended this book to has really, really enjoyed it. And I don't think there's been any misses so far. There was a period of time where it was all over BookTube and people were talking about Will of the Many, Will of the Many, Will of the Many. And I was kind of like, anytime something is like really, really popular, I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'll get to it later. Like, it seems like it's so popular that surely I won't like it. And then I get to it and I'm just like, oh my gosh, it's like literally like one of the best first books I've ever read. One of the first books in a series I've ever read.
Okay.
Who is it? 99% of people are the solar opposite, when a lot of people like it. But
I know.
Like it.
Yeah,
crazy.
I just assumed that I won't because it's so mainstream.
So many people love it, and you just know you're gonna hate it.
Yeah. So yeah, it was fantastic. I don't know how much I can go into about the story without like spoiling a lot of stuff, but it's very dystopian. There's like a hierarchy to this society, and it's very Red Rising in the way that like this kid is trying to, this kid who's like a nobody commoner, or at least that's what we think at the beginning. He kind of like he's trying to work his way up the hierarchy and work his way into the good graces of the people that kind of control everything, very much like Red Rising. But I would say that it's like people were saying for a long time, like, oh, it's like too similar to Red Rising. When I read it, I did not feel like it was it's not like a rip off of Red Rising, like at all. Like it very much is doing its own thing. So anyways, I just hope more and more people pick it up. It's already insanely popular, but I hope more people get into it because it's so good. It's amazing. All right.
Yeah, this is awkward because it was also my number 3.
Was it your number 3? Okay, go ahead. Talk about what you liked about
it. So when I first, I think this was after you had read it, and I started it and DNF'd it.
Yes. Yeah.
I didn't make it super far, but I just wasn't really feeling it. And then a couple weeks later or whatever, I was at work and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna try this again. Yeah, give it another shot, see what happens. And I made it past, I made it past the first hour mark, and I was like, okay, there's some stuff in here. There's some good stuff in here.
And it just snowballed.
Yeah, and then it just snowballed, and of course the ending was just crazy. Yeah. It's just such a mind bender to throw in at the end of this book, and like it literally is like the last like 3 words.
Yeah,
that are like that change everything. Yeah, about the world.
The author is like, by the way, fuck you.
Yeah, it literally changes everything that anybody knows about like this world. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was super into it. It was a great read. Yeah, lots of cool characters. Yeah.
Good romance. Really good romance.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now I'm talking about it. I'm like, yeah, I need to read.
I know. I want to reread it right now.
It's been a while.
I can't believe you guys put it at your 3. Oh,
I know, Sam. I know it's crazy, and I'm sorry for that.
But I want to hear your number 2 and 1 when we get there, because I just need to know what went above it. I need to.
Okay.
Know.
Yeah, for sure. But this has been the year. I've noticed this a lot. This year specifically. This has been the year of you retrying things.
Yeah, and really liking them.
Yeah. Whether it's books or video games, like I can't count how many video games you've given another chance this year, and texted me and been like, by the way, I'm at the end of BioShock or something like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's true.
So good stuff. We are at number 2, Jim.
Number 2 for me is the final book of Matthew Stover's The Acts of Cain series. It's called Cain's Law. Not enough people know about this series. 4 books.
Is the first book Heroes Die?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Mind-blowingly good. It's a mashup of fantasy and science fiction.
Yeah.
Just incredible. And the writing is spectacular. But it goes deep in some ways that are just really, really cool. So I strongly recommend The Acts of Cain to everybody. So I read the whole series this year, and Cain's Law, The Big Finish, is the best of the lot.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to get Heroes Die. I've been meaning to read it for a long time. And it's an older book, right?
Yeah, and there are newer covers. The original cover for Heroes Die sucked. It was bad.
I'm like, that looks like an 80s action hero.
Yeah, exactly. But the premise that you start with is that in a very high-tech society like ours, but even a little more advanced, you've got people who have discovered a parallel dimension that's all fantasy themed. Western European tropes galore. Okay. And you have actors who transfer to that world in character, and people on this world wearing VR headsets, basically experiencing
what? I did not know that's what this was.
Okay, and that's the basic premise, but
I like this.
There's darkness, there's twists, there's all sorts of stuff that goes on there, and it's fantastic.
Cool.
Wow.
How's the narrator? Did you listen to it or read it?
I listened to it, and the narrator was great. Yeah.
Okay.
I did it all on Audible.
Nice.
Sick. Okay. I'm gonna get it.
Yeah.
Strong recommend.
Bought it.
Nice.
Sweet. All right. Sam, number 2.
My number 2 is Empire of the Damned.
Yeah.
Jay Kristoff, right?
On my TBR.
Yeah. That book the first book was phenomenal. The second book was phenomenal. I mean, I just could not put it down. The original version has, pictures and stuff in it. It's just, but the story on its own is, I'm so bad at like explaining why I love something without ruining it. You know what I mean? Sure. So I'm just like, I loved it. You will effing love it.
I'm moving it higher again. Thank you.
I really loved Empire of the Damned. I thought it was a great follow-up to Empire of the Vampire. It's that very interesting story of, hey, if you know there's vampires in the world, but guess what? Like, now the sun doesn't come out and
it's dark all the time.
Eventually, you are not going to have enough people to feed off of. Like, that is just the way that it is. And so it's just such a fascinating story. And so the second book in the series this year, that was number 2 for me. I loved it.
Oh man. Awesome. Yeah. Very, very deserving of that spot. You need to read Empire of the Vampire and Empire of the Damned. It's like, imagine like a half vampire that has like silver tattoos all over his body, like inlaid silver in his skin. And he hunts vampires. And it's like brutal. Like brutal, like scary vampires that are like eviscerating children.
And vampires are taken over. So the vampires are in charge. They've taken over, but there's many factions. And all the factions hate each other as well. So it's not just vampire against human, it's vampire against other vampire. It is just chef's kiss.
So is this not done? Is this a series still being written?
The third book, just announced it literally the other day, will be out in November, and that is the final book.
So,
Vampire.
Yeah. I'm writing it down.
Yeah.
It was really hard for me, my number 1 and number 2. It was really, really hard for me. But my number 1 just won out slightly, and this was my number 2. I'm obsessed with this book. I could reread it a million times.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. It's getting raised really high on my list now.
Yes.
It is we've talked about a lot of good books today. I would say Empire of the Damned is like exceptionally good. Like it stands out from everything else
Spencer, you recommended the first book to me like 3 years ago. And it's now, okay.
Yeah, and it's one of those rare situations where like the first book is good. I could see why some parts of it like drag on a little bit, but if you get like halfway through the first book, you're really rolling and just like really enjoying it. And then the second book is just a roller coaster all the way through. There's not a bad scene in the entire book.
I moved it strongly up into 2025 category now. So
nice. Yes.
Like you don't love them. They're phenomenal.
Nice. All right, number 2 for you.
Yeah, number 2 here. So this one may also surprise you. You might be surprised that I made it further, but the second book in Wheel of Time, The Great Hunt.
Oh, dude.
And it is better than the other one. Yes.
You're making Jim proud.
Yeah, it's better than Eye of the World, in my opinion.
Just wait until you get to the third book.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, again, it's a lot more of the same that I loved about the first with all the characters. But in this one, I just really loved how in the end, Rand embraces becoming the Dragon Reborn, and how they all pledged to him. And there were just some really epic moments in this book.
Yeah.
And we saw the return of Tom, which I think he's one of my favorite characters too, Tom Ireland. So I was glad to see him back. And they went all over the place in this book. Like they went to a lot of different cities and places. Yeah. It was just a fun time. And so I'm excited to just keep going through the series.
I love the big battle at the end.
Yeah, it's epic. It's so epic. Yeah. Great book. Yeah, this is my second one. But yeah, I've got myself in a little bit of situation here because like next year, it's like, okay, I should keep reading Wheel of Time, but there's 12 books in that, I think, right?
14?
14?
Yeah.
14 total. There's also a prequel, which is my least favorite, but there's 14 in the core. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's like I started Wheel of Time this year, so I got to continue that. I started Three Body Problem this year.
There's only 3 books in that series. There's only 3.
I can do that. Okay, I can handle it. And then my number one though, I also started something different. I won't say it. But I started something else, so I'm going to be conflicted next year.
Oh man, you have gotcha.
That's so funny.
Anyway,
that's great. Yeah. I'm so glad that you're reading Wheel of Time. I got stuck at book 4. My plan for next year is to keep going, like to listen to a summary of book 4 and then go on to number 5. But I'm so glad that it's something that you're so really good, man. I love the first 3 books. Like they're amazing. And they get better and better and better. Yeah. At least until 3. 4 I had some issues with, but you might not. Okay.
For most of the fandom that likes the Wheel of Time, book 4 is where the series actually takes off. So Spencer is kind of an outlier on that.
But which is surprising. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's good to know, Jim. Yeah.
But book 4, did you enjoy Dune?
Yes, I love Dune.
Book 4 is big Dune vibes for me.
Well,
I don't know if that's how is that correct? Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The Aiel are patterned after the Fremen. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
So you might like it a lot.
I love Dune. The second one is on my list for this coming year too.
Nice.
Yeah.
Robert Jordan was a big Frank Herbert fan. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, my number 2, Gabe mentioned it earlier, is King's Dark Tidings 6, The Night of Shadows. And this is something that came out literally days ago.
Yeah, you just read that. Holy cow.
Yeah, and my opinion or my stance for the past few years is that I don't include anything that is so recent because I worry about recency bias. But I read through this thing 2.5 times, and just in the past few days, like Gabe said, it's a short book, and I read it and I just immediately wanted to reread it, and then I immediately wanted to read it again. Wow! And so I made it through 2.5 times, and it is incredible. Like it is so good. Kelcade has not lost her ability to tell an amazing story and give us amazing characters with such good dialogue and such good like reveals and just little she's the master of writing just these little moments between characters that mean so much to the reader. And it's just there's moments like I cried reading this book both times I read it. Like it was so good. I do have some complaints. There's a review up on the channel right now that I've posted for anybody that's interested. It does spoil things from books 1 through 5, so just be aware of that. But there was. It was short. It was a very short book, which I didn't like. And I feel like it didn't really move the overall story of the series forward. It just gave us more of like what we already have, which is fine with me for the most part, because then we just get more books in the series. Like we don't need to rush to the end of this whole story. I'm happy to spend time just like hanging out with these characters and seeing what they're doing in their day-to-day lives. And so I didn't mind that much, but there was a couple. There's a romance in this book that is very, very good. It's like one of my favorite romances in fantasy, and I think it was handled really well, except for one thing, which I won't spoil here, obviously. And then there was a character that didn't get as much screen time as I think he should have. And so those were really my two complaints with it. But otherwise, I think it was a fantastic installment of King's Dark Tidings. And it just made me remember how I say this every time one of these comes out. It made me remember why I love the series so much. And even on my plane over here to Seattle, I went back and listened to book 4 because there's some connections between book 4 and book 6. And so I went back and just started reading again because I was just like, all I want to do right now is read King's Dark Tidings. So highly recommend just the series as a whole. If you're even remotely interested in King's Dark Tidings, please do it because I think Kel Cade is just a master at tugging on your heartstrings and like engineering certain social situations to be like extremely interesting. I'm like, man, you have just thought of the most incredibly just like well thought out social situation that we're all like reading about now, and it's so fascinating all the time. So highly recommend. But yeah, number 2, Night of Shadows, book 6, King's Dark Tidings. We got a couple comments here. Oh, I love King's Dark Tidings. Yes, Cinna.
Yep.
Yes, we do too. It is my number 2 favorite series of all time, with Dresden Files taking the number 1 spot. And what's this? KDT has the best setup for character development I've ever read. That was the other thing with this book is book 6. It doesn't bring characters' arcs to an end, but it brings them to where like we've wanted them to be for a long time, like where we saw these characters going.
Gives us like enough to be satisfied.
Yeah.
Knowing like, okay. Yeah, we see the culmination, but of course there'll be more.
There'll be more, but like there's certain characters where it's like, oh, I really want to see them like get better at fighting, or I really want to see these two characters end up in a relationship, or I really want to see like this other character, just become bolder or like more confident. And we see all of that in this book. This is like the big like turning point for a lot of these characters. And I think that's what the book was mostly focused on. It's a very just character heavy book and doesn't really do much with the story, but it gets our favorite characters where we wanted them to be for a while. Yeah. Okay, Gabe, number 2.
My number 2 is Empire of the Damned.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, Sam nailed her likes, and of course mine are very similar. I don't know, it's kind of hard to like explain to people just like the levels of insanity that happen in this book.
Yeah.
Like there is just some crazy stuff, but it's like it's so crazy but also written so well that like you can't help but just like enjoy the craziness. Like you just like fiend for the insanity that's coming.
Yeah.
And it's really, really satisfying. Just the craziness and the levels of like the stakes that are there that have to be dealt with are just like crazy. So world ending stuff. 10 out of 10 would recommend to anybody.
Yeah.
Incredible book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. All right, Jim, we're at number 1.
Number 1.
Number 1 for the year.
All right. Last year, I jumped into an epic journey. I entered the Malazan universe. And this year, I finished Malazan Book of the Fallen. So book 1, for me, is The Crippled God, the final book of the 10-book set, Malazan Book of the Fallen by Steven Erikson. It is an experience with epic fantasy unlike any I have had. It is mind-blowingly good. The prose is fantastic. The characters, there's no one main character. It's such a ensemble cast and such a sprawling story. And then Malazan as a universe is like 26 books long so far. So I'm reading more. I've gotten through already 18 of the books, but
wow,
just hitting those 10. Each book is, huge and deep, and your brain starts to bleed a little as you work through them. They're so dense. So not only are they a great story, they're also a massive accomplishment when you complete them. So that's why The Crippled Gods is there on top. It is my second favorite book of all time.
Wow, what?
Incredible.
Second favorite book of all time, period?
Yes.
Whoa.
It's just shockingly good.
No
But
way.
not by itself. It's because it's at the top of the pyramid of this whole series and what it brings home. It's just such an incredible work of art. And good.
Awesome. That's incredible. I have no interest in reading Malazan, but I know that people just love it. Like when you love Malazan, you really love Malazan.
Well,
it's like the Dark Souls of books. They're like very complicated.
Yeah, I remember we talked about this last year, and you said the same thing, that like you hadn't read it.
It's
like the Dark Souls of books.
Yeah, like it's very difficult. But I for a while, you mentioned earlier that Malazan has done very, very well on your channel this year.
Yes.
And Mick, when he was making content with us, he was going to do a Malazan read through, and he was going to have on other guests to like hang out with and talk to them about Malazan. And we put up his he did one video where he was just like outlining what he wanted to do with his Malazan read along, and that video did more views than any of our other ones. I think it's still in our top 5 most viewed videos of all time. And I'm like, man, I wish we could get another co-host that wanted to go through Malazan and would just do that for us, because I don't want to.
Yeah, there are people who just like with Wheel of Time, there are people who just all they do is reread the Wheel of Time. There's Malazan people like that too. They just keep going through it again and again because it's so deep. There's so much to it.
Yeah.
I'll try to read book 1. I'll see, because I love a challenge like that. You know what I mean? Like, I love a challenge like that.
Yeah. If you want to do Malazan, Sam, that'd be super fun.
While a lot of people struggle to get into Malazan Book of the Fallen, is book 1 drops you into this massive epic conflict, but like you're entering in the middle of the story. You don't have a lot of context to what the heck is going on, so you spend most of the story lost.
I have another series that is very similar to that, which is one of my favorite series of all time. So it's sounding more and more appealing to me as we go.
And the farther you get into the series, the more brilliant you realize that first book is. But you can't appreciate it enough the first time through. It's you start to recognize it as you go. By the time you hit book 3, if you've made it that far, you're in. You're totally in. You are going to go.
Okay. Yeah,
but it does take
getting through
those first 2 books.
It's rough.
I loved them. I never had a DNF moment, but I get when some people just say it's not for me.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine doing Malazan on audio just because there's so much. Like you need the physical book in front of you in order to go back and look at things.
Now, that's true for me. I had to read them the first time.
Okay.
But now that I finished those, all the other Malazan books I'm doing as audiobooks. And it works now. It works.
Okay, so you're eventually able to get to it.
Context in place now.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're great to listen to now.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I'm a physical reader first time around. I need it, especially with my ADD. Spencer will probably cut this out, but I gotta physically look at it, or my brain is just gonna try to go in 50 other different directions.
I don't know if you guys have read any John Gwynne, but when I read The Faithful and the Fallen, the first book I tried to do as an audiobook, I had to start it 3 times because I was just lost with Malice.
Yes.
And I was I'm 2 chapters in and already I have no idea what's going on. I started over. I made it like 4 chapters. I lost again. I had to start 3 times. And then I got it.
I've told Spencer so many times when we're doing certain books where I'm like, I don't have the time. And he's like, just listen to the audiobook. And I'm like, you don't understand. I cannot do audiobook first time.
Yeah.
I can do audiobook second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever. first time it has to be physical for me, or I'm not going to retain more than 75% if I'm lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Depends on the book, depends on the author, but definitely the bigger, richer, denser ones, I'm with you. I have to see it.
But I love John Gwynn. Love John Gwynn.
Oh, cool.
So much.
Nice.
All right, number
was
2, Sam.
one.
Or no, sorry, number 1, Sam.
My number 1 is The Will of the Many.
Yeah.
It was one of the most just unassuming yet astounding books I've ever read in the last, I would say, 5 years. If you ask me my favorite books of the last 5 years, this book would still be at the top, because it has that Red Rising element of like kind of like this orphan who's like not meant to be here, but like nobody knows that they're not meant to be here. And they just fucking, I'm going to show you post on your family stuff, you know, like, oh, I come from whoever and like, it's easy for me. Like, no, I'm going to make this hard for you. And the protagonist is phenomenal, and it has you on the edge of your seat the whole time. The whole time you're constantly worried, is the protagonist going to live to the next page? Are they going to make it? And I love any book where your brains are what get you out of shitty situation you're in. Somebody could just like freak out, collapse, say, I'm done, I can't handle this. But if you calm yourself down and say, okay, I'm going to look at every angle. What are my options? What can I do? How can I get out of this? And this book just has it over and over and over again. And I knew I was going to like it, but I did not expect that I would be obsessed with it. Like this book is phenomenal. And I can understand anyone who's like, listen, the first like 100, 150 pages, I'm a little lost.
Sure. That's how I was.
I get it. But if you, I swear, I know it's a broken record thing to say, if you just push through, but if you just push through, the book has you on edge for the rest of it. And it's a big book.
That's what happened to Gabe, right? Like he tried it and like made it through the first little bit. And then he was like, I'm not feeling it. And then I was like, dude, you have to just get to where this won't spoil anything, but you have to get to where the main character is adopted.
Yeah.
And once he's adopted, the book just goes and goes and goes. And he did that and it just snowballed for him.
Yeah. It is a phenomenal book. And I think it was the first book that I officially went out on a limb for the pod and said, like, I really want to do this book. I think like this would be a good one. I think that was the first book I said to the pod, like, I want to do this. And it felt so good when both of Spencer and Gabe both loved it, you know, like it felt so good that it wasn't like, okay, I'm not crazy. Like this was a phenomenal book. Like, it was amazing.
That's great.
Number 1 of the year. It was pretty easy. Empire of the Damned was close. I fucking loved that book, and it was a follow-up which gave it that extra, you know, like boost of where you're like, I was waiting for the next part of this story and I got it.
Yeah.
But as a first book in a series, I mean, just applause to James Islington. Like, dude, just you killed it. You killed it.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. All right, you're number 1, Chris.
Okay. My number 1 is The Way of Kings.
Wow.
I finished it.
Okay. Very good.
Hey.
That's surprising. I did not expect
Yeah, no, I really loved it. It took me forever to complete.
Really?
Yes.
I get that.
I started it. I don't want to tell you when.
No.
Yeah, it took me most of the summer. But yeah, just the setup for what's to come, I think, just really hooked me. I mean, I love the characters. It was a little bit of a slog in some parts from like, man, these guys are just still carrying a bridge over over these chasms.
And they're like, let's tilt it to the side and maybe we'll be good. And you're
I
like,
was like,
the second book, I personally liked the second book more because I hated the bridge floor scenes. Like,
you really hated
I
them?
hated the bridge carrying scenes.
I love
but there's none of that in book 2.
Okay,
They're out now.
They're done.
So,
yeah, but just I mean, the whole experience just finally came together in the end to something that's I think set up to be a truly epic series. So I'm just really excited.
Great number one. That's a great number one.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. I'm really glad you liked it. Because we're really enjoying Stormlight right now. We're at Oathbringer, and I didn't like it as much as everybody else seemed to like it a lot.
Oathbringer was my favorite. It was my favorite.
A lot of people's favorite. Yeah.
So.
Okay,
mine.
Washed out on the Wheel of Time too. So
Right.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm unreliable. Like
that's true.
You can't trust anything.
But so next year I'll have to finish, the Stormlight Archives and Wheel of Time.
What did you read Stormlight on? Was it a Kindle thing?
I did a Kindle and the audiobook, and then you gave me the hard copy. So I did
the paperback.
All 3 of those. Yeah.
Oh, sick. Okay, wow, you're bouncing between all.
And it still took me like.
That's funny. How long did it take you to read it?
I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, that's great.
So Spencer, I am really interested to hear your number one because you have not said a book I thought you would say so far.
Ooh.
I'm interested to see if it's your number one or if it somehow did not make your top 5.
I would assume that you would think like you would know what it is by now, but it's Empire of the Damned by Jake Like, I literally think it's like one of the best books I've ever read. Wow. Like I think it's incredible. I have never been there. There's a scene in the book, and this won't be spoiling anything. It'll just give you more insight to like what these vampires are like. There's a scene in the book where these vampires have this like caravan, like this carriage that they've been riding around, except it's like this big thing. And they get to where there's kind of like a human side of things, and there's like a vampire like citadels where like all like thousands of these vampires are living in the citadel. And the scene that just made me be like, this is one of the most amazing, like disgusting, visceral, most beautifully written things I've ever seen in my entire life is these vampires like ride this carriage into the citadel, and the main character or one of the main characters is kind of like standing back and like watching this whole scene from the shadows. And they open up the back of this carriage and they bring out these children, and they are tossing them into a crowd of vampires to be eaten, to feed their vampire army. And they're just like tossing like child after child after person,
like a Thanksgiving turkey throw,
Yeah,
like,
just like
here's your turkey, no, here's
into
your
this
child.
crowd, and you just see like this blood just like spraying up over the crowd, like all over the place, and it's so visceral. And then like later you get to see like the vampire nobility, and how they do it is they have humans like strung up from the ceiling like on a chain, like upside down. And they just go by and they like slit their throat and like put it in a cup.
Oh god!
And it's like it's just the most insane thing that I've ever read, and like every scene filled me with just like I was sick to my stomach. Like I was literally just like, oh my god, like this is a horror show. And there was just so many good like moments in the book. Like Gabriel De Leon, the main character, is just a fantastic character study. I literally want to go through and just like archive his like character arc because it's so well done.
What it reminds me of is like if you only watched a Marvel movie, superhero movie, and then you watched The Boys.
Yeah.
It's exactly. Like, how did I ever watch these Marvel movies and say this was good.
Yeah.
Now that I've seen The Boys, I can't because it points out all the flaws and the glossing over in this other thing where I want to know what really would have happened.
Right. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, it's brutal and it is like real. It's like what would really happen if there was like vampires that were able to take over the world. And it is fascinating, and the characters, I think it's some of like the best character work I've ever seen. Like I think it's literally some of the most well-written characters I've ever read. And like Gabriel and his little protege, I won't go into too much, but his protege that he like brings around with him, like there's such a good relationship there. It's so like, oh, it tugs on your heartstrings, and it's just like, please don't kill this person, like please don't. And you're just like,
for anyone who's watched Game of Thrones, if you ever saw Arya and what's his name? He's not the Hound.
The Mountain.
The Mountain's brother.
Oh,
that is the Hound.
It's the Hound.
When Arya and the Hound are together, and they finally become like buddy, it's like that.
Those are the best scenes in your
Yeah.
It's just so good. It is just so good. And I wanted to put it as number one, but because it was like the second book and Will of the Many was the first book in its series for me, and it blew me away.
Sure.
That was kind of like the deciding factor of
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I fucking loved the Empire of the Vampire or Empire of the Damned, but for a new book. But I agree with you. Like it was really hard to differentiate number one and two for those.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah. It was a super difficult decision for me. But when I started thinking through like scene by scene, like what I enjoyed, like, and it's just like, it's like a slight difference, but like what I enjoyed more at the end of the day, I just think Empire of the Damned did something new for me that I've never seen in a book before. And it just completely blew me away. The romance was so good. I love the romance they introduced in book 2. It blew me away. And there was like multiple times where I shed a tear throughout Empire of the Damned. Yeah. And not to mention the frame narrative, like how in Kingkiller there's like a modern day, like he's telling the story of what happened. That's kind of what's happening in this book. And the modern day like framing narrative just like keeps you guessing so much. It just keeps you like, wait, how did we get to this framing narrative? Like, how did we get to this point? And then like there's things working within the frame narrative where it's like, what are they gonna do next? Like, it's beautiful. It's incredibly written. I would recommend it.
The main thing to point out about these books is that it is Gabriel De Leon, right, telling you in real time about what has led him up to him being where he is right now. Yeah,
he's in prison.
You know where he's ending up. But then the whole book is him telling you his past stories. So you're like, oh my God, how does he get where he is today? So it's just this like total mind fuck.
You keep thinking like the earlier, or like you keep reading the earlier story and you're like, no, he's gonna win and like be victorious. But you know that in the present day story, he's captured by these vampires held at the top of this tower and not being allowed to leave. And then there's the whole drug addiction aspect of it where he smokes vampire blood. That's how he's able to like get by as like a half vampire. Yeah.
They all do.
And so he fiends for it like a drug.
And it makes him like powerful. Yeah. What gives him his like vampire powers.
Right. Yeah. And so that's a whole interesting element. Like we could go on about this for days, but yeah, that's my number one is Empire of the Damned. I don't say this lightly. I literally think it's one of the best books I've ever read. Wow. Yeah.
Agree. This time, Spence, I'll agree with you.
Someone mark that down.
We got one. It's a Christmas spirit. All right, you're number one.
Number one is the current Not the last book. It's the last book that's out of He Who Fights with Monsters, book 11.
Yeah.
The what?
It's by far my favorite book of the year, and potentially up there with my favorite books of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yep.
I didn't hear what it was.
Like I said, I would love to tell you about what happens, but I'm not going to.
Does it at least get you to the point where you're like, this is like getting close to the end?
Yep.
It's like
Culmination of like, I guess
17 books
from book 3 to book like 10.
Yeah.
Like it happens in book 11.
Yeah.
Like everything that everybody's been trying to do and fight for.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
That's great.
Yeah.
I love it when you get to that point in a series where it's like, here's everything we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
Gabe, what was that book again? It didn't come through clear enough for us.
He Who Fights with Monsters, book 11.
Fights with Monsters?
Yep. He Who Fights with Monsters.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a lit RPG.
Kind of.
Apparently it stops being that after a while.
Yeah. It starts out as a lit RPG, but then just quickly becomes fantasy.
Okay.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, we'll wrap up this part of our live stream. And if anybody needs to go, like you can go. I know we've been going for 2.5 hours now, so if anybody needs to dip, that's totally fine.
Well,
that is going to be me.
Everybody leaves. It's just me.
Yeah, I do have to run.
Okay. Do you have any last minute honorable mentions you'd like to throw out there for anything?
For books? Nah.
Yeah.
No, nothing else. But I can throw you my biggest disappointment of the year, and you guys.
Do that.
And it's funny because it's Lord of the Rings: Rings of Power. It's just my biggest disappointment.
Yeah.
But it's also my 5th best show because I didn't watch very many shows. So I'm glad it's there. It's high quality production, but I'm still not on board with the story. So
yeah.
So what was the second season any better than the first? Or?
Yes,
Okay.
but not enough better.
Dang. Dang.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why it's a disappointment. I came back for more. I'm giving you another chance, and I'm like, still no, not what I want.
Yeah, I've been seeing. Yeah, just from what I saw, I was not a fan.
Did you know that the main character in A Deadly Education, her name is Galadriel, and she is.
Oh yeah, I did know that. Yeah, listen to the
Ring.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
Get me to raise those higher and higher on my TBR. Look at you.
Yes.
So this has been a blast. Thanks for having me
on.
Thanks, Jen.
Later, Jen.
And again, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Bye.
You want to break?
Yeah, let's take
up. Like, let's do some. Like, we could do maybe some gifts in between some of these or other.
Yeah, we could.
segments.
Yeah, or we could take like a bathroom break or whatever. You need to get some alcohol.
Yeah, dude, stop being a.
Fuck you guys.
You have not been drinking this entire time, and I'm like, what is he doing?
Yeah, I said I drank too much last night. I don't feel good.
You had like 2.5 beers.
No, I had like 7 beers, which for me is a lot, especially at 8%.
That would put me on the floor.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
I miss beer so much. I miss beer so much.
You not drink beers anymore? Or?
What I do?
Oh,
wait, Sam, do you drink beer?
I have a gluten allergy, so I can.
Oh, that's right.
Beer.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You know, 2 years almost, but I mean, I lost like 30 pounds in the last 2 years as well. So like,
right.
You know, give take. Turns out all of my favorite foods were deep fried, and
those are some of the best types of food.
Yeah.
Oh, it has been a learning experience, and my husband and I accidentally glutened myself a couple of weeks ago, and I was so sick for 2 weeks, and we found out it was because the chili seasoning packet we were using had wheat in it, and it was bad. It was just really, really bad. So it solidified that, like, oh yeah, there was a reason like I went off this, other than like the rashes that I was getting and whatnot. But I saw a Corona commercial the other day, and I have never craved a beer more. Like, I was a Stella girl. Like, I loved a
Stella Artois.
That was my beer, okay? I loved a Stella. But I also really loved a Corona. I really, really loved a Corona with the lime, or if you threw a little Bacardi Limon in it, just a little bit into it. You drink the neck. You fill it up with Bacardi Limon, and then you like turn it upside down.
That's great. That's great. Well, hey, it's getting a little loud in here, so let's take a bathroom break. I'll put on the bathroom break screen. And we'll come back and we'll do some final like honorable mentions for our books. If you have any, I only have one.
I think I only have one book that didn't make it in my top 5, 1 or 2. That's it.
Okay, cool. Well, guys, we'll be back in a couple minutes, and we're gonna get some alcohol and whatnot, and yeah, we'll see you in a second. What's up? Was that you that just texted me, Sam? Oh no.
No, not me.
I was like, Sam's hanging around. We should probably hop back on.
No, I was watching TikToks while I was waiting for you guys, just working on my blanket that I've been working on.
Oh, nice. Is the blanket a Christmas gift for anybody?
So here's the thing, right? So to bring up my favorite topic of ADD that I know Spencer loves is that I get hyper fixated on things, right? And I will do them for so fucking long, and I can do it for hours at a time, right? And my last hyper fixation was crocheting blankets. And while my husband and I are coming up on our 10-year wedding anniversary, he has so many cousins, so many. He has 2 sisters, and then he has like a bunch of first cousins. The next closest cousin who got married after us was, I want to say 6 years after our wedding. So there was like a huge gap from us to like the rest of his cousins. Remember when you were like, Sam, you have another fucking wedding? And I was like, dude, like, I don't want to talk about this. Like, yes, I have another fucking wedding. And so we had back-to-back wedding. Well, guess what? All of those back-to-back wedding people are now having babies, Spencer. Wow. I agreed to make them blankets because my current hyperfixation was crocheting blankets. Well, since then, I have really gotten into painting, which I've been into before, but I've come back around to it again. And I've been doing it a lot lately. And then guess what my husband got me for Christmas, for my Christmas present?
What?
He got me something that I would have never purchased on my own because I couldn't justify spending the money on it, you know, as like a hobby and like a craft and whatnot. He got me a full tufting kit. Like you make rugs, right?
Oh, okay.
Like a crochet needle that you like poke with. It's like a 9-inch gun that yeah. And so I gave him his DeLorean Lego set early because it came in and I was like, I just need to give it to you, you know, like, please take this gift. And he loved it. And so I think that played a part in like, for him, like, oh shit, like Sam, who is usually not good at gifts, got me a really fucking good gift this year.
Oh, wow.
You know? So he was really like reaching to figure it out. And I don't know how he remembered. This is why I love him, that I opened this gift and I had no idea what I was opening. Yeah. And when it was like the full, like legitimate, like rug tufting kit that you use.
Yeah, I mean, literally, it's like a gun. It's like this big.
Really?
Like,
so you know that?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. And you like can put the rug on the wall or like on the ground or whatever, and you basically just shoot thread into it and like make designs and do all sorts of
crazy.
Stuff.
So he bought me the equipment, like the physical tufting piece. That's like this huge piece. But he also bought me the wood for the frame that you set up, that you then put the cloth over, right? That you tuft into. And also bought me a projector to project the images I want that I can draw.
Oh, sick!
So are you still doing like Christmas Day presents, or is that pretty much it?
My son believes. Oh, me and my husband are not. We're doing our son, like, you know, like he believes in Santa, like that's it.
Yeah.
But we always get each other just like one thing, you know.
Yeah.
And I was really excited to give him the DeLorean, you know, Lego set because we love Legos so much and we love cars, and I knew he was gonna love it. And I've been really bad at gifts some of the past few years. I'm really bad at it. But when I opened his gift, it was just the first thing I said is I looked at him and I go, you know how I am with crafts. You are not going to be able to complain about the money I spend to now this
right. Right. Yeah. You just unlocked a new money pit.
Yep.
Literal hyperfixation. So I'm really excited. It was such a great gift and it was so thoughtful. It truly was one of those things where it's like, I really wanted one, but I don't think I ever would have justified the money.
Yeah.
It would have taken to purchase it and start it. So I'm really excited to get started on that. I was actually thinking of making
is gift giving one of his love languages?
Yes. And my love language is acts of service. Like I never have to go grocery shopping. I didn't have to do any of Cooper's Christmas present shopping, none of it. I'm only because he's on the other side of the wall as me. But we work very well together. Our love languages are just perfectly like in sync. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I love gift giving. I never need to be the one like getting the gift giving like end of that love language.
Yeah.
But I love figuring out like what people want and just like finding a really creative gift for them and stuff.
Yeah. How about last year, my family's Christmas party? I had put all this like thoughtful effort into like my Secret Santa's gift, right? I had my sister's boyfriend and I got him a sweatshirt custom printed with like her and their dog on it. You know, I thought it was like really cute and whatnot.
Yeah.
My other
and they got you a Keurig.
No, ready? So my other sister, the one who's in treatment now, which I am happy to report you guys, my sister seems to be doing so well in this new treatment. She's been in there for a couple months. Like I have had family therapy sessions with her. Things look to be going really well. So I'm very, very happy about it. But last year she was not in a good place. And I guess she had me for Secret Santa.
Oh.
So out of nowhere at Christmas, Mom goes, I had 2 people because she had set it up, right? And I'm like, okay. And she goes, I got Sam, hands me this gift. It was workout gear. Anyone who knows me knows like I don't work out. I loathe working out. It's like the last I'd rather be Chinese waterboarded, you know, than work out. Like I hate it. And I'll never forget my sister Kendall later saying, yeah, she said you wanted workout gear. And I went, Kendall, does that sound like something I would say? And she looks at me and she goes,
maybe she's giving you a hint. Maybe
no, she goes, you know what, Sam, you're right. So I actually asked my mom about it later, like not because I was like so disappointed in the gift itself. It was more just like something happened. Like I need to know what it was. My sister had me and flaked.
Yeah,
so my mom
something
that was like of hers. That was like something she had been given.
I've done that when I was younger. Yeah. That's so funny. Yeah, whenever like I feel like there's certain gifts that you get where you're like, are you trying to tell me something? Like,
to me it was just like, hey, like you all know me. I don't work out. Like I don't know why you would have picked this for me. Like to me, it was obviously a last minute gift, you know?
Yeah,
like,
right. It was just like things. I was at Big 5 and got these resistance bands.
A straight up Barnes and Noble gift card, and I would have been so fucking happy.
Right? Yeah. So much better.
And you knew that.
All right, so we're gonna try to get through the rest of this live stream because we spent so long on books. Do you have any honorable mentions for books, Sam? Like any?
Okay, so I had one really good one I wanted to bring up only because it's thanks to Spencer and Gabe that like I even knew about this. Was well, technically not a book. Impact Winter.
Oh, yeah. Another vampire series. Yep.
I love a vampire series, but I will never forget Spencer, you texting us in the group chat being like, oh, the new Impact Winter's out. And I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Like, what?
Right.
Okay. And you wanted to do like Empire of the Vampire. Yeah, I was like, I don't have time for 3 full like books on tape before you did the stream, but man, I fucking loved them. I really wanted them to be a TV show because they pulled me in that much that I felt like I could see it, which is just never happens for me.
Yeah. It's like an audio drama where you have like a full cast of people and they're doing like all their different roles. I've heard of it actually. Yeah, it's very, very good. I'm not actually
so thank you for that because I loved it.
It's free if you have Audible.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, they're free on Audible.
Very cool. Very cool. I'm glad that's your.
Other than Jade City was my other one. I read the Jade City series. I really liked that. That was my only other.
Oh, did you read that this year? You read that this year?
That was like over the summer. Remember, I was texting.
And it's not in your top 5.
It's not.
I don't know if we can be friends anymore.
I'm looking at my notes app list of it right now, and I have no regrets. Like, I loved The Godfather. I loved Lies Locke Lamora, The Will of the Many, Empire of the Damned.
Wait, did you make it through all 3 books of the Greenbelt Saga?
I did.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm not like honestly not sure what to say right now. But okay. That's wild. I would have thought that would have for sure been a top 5 series for you.
I
Did you not like it?
I really liked it, but compared to the other ones I had on the list, I just
interesting.
It was 6. It was 6. Okay.
Okay. All right. That's fair. All right. Do you have any honorable mentions?
I mean, the only one is the House of Silk.
Oh, yeah. I was surprised that wasn't on your top 5.
Well,
is that TJ Kuhn or TJ?
What?
What's the other TJ?
Anthony Horowitz.
Oh, that's
It's the Sherlock one.
Yeah, I haven't finished it yet, so I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not quite there.
Fair. Yeah.
Because last year I had a book that I hadn't finished yet on my list, and I didn't want to do that again. Last year I needed it though.
Yeah. Are you liking House of Silk?
Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's amazing.
Cool.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah.
I mean, everything you said about it is true in terms of like how it's just, it really kind of recreates the style of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And yeah. I mean, another thing that I like though is that it expands a little bit on it too, in that Watson does a lot of reflecting. I noticed in this book, compared to, and it was interesting because obviously it was a different time when those books were written, and so some of the limitations of the first of those books and the short stories, Watson reflects on. He's kind of like, oh yeah, I never really followed up with what happened to these criminals, and he's like, I pretty much dehumanized them in my stories, and just never really cared about what happened to them after they were caught. And it's it's kind of interesting reflection. Yeah, that's cool. Good in-world kind of retrospective. Yeah. That's cool. I have 2 honorable mentions. One of them is kind of just a series in general. I don't have a specific book from the series because I think they're all amazing. Is the Parker series by God, who is it by? Hang on, I'll have to look through my library. But the Parker series is a criminal, it's a crime drama kind of. It's this guy that's a Richard Stark. It's a very famous series that goes back for quite a while, but it's this guy who is a professional criminal. Everything he does is done very professionally. He's not just some thug. He's he'll do a bank heist, and he'll really think about how you're supposed to do it, or he'll rob a not nobility. I'm thinking too fantasy. He'll rob someone famous or something. He'll think about they live in this beautiful villa in Mexico, and they're having this big party. And it's going to be the only time of the year where the security is lax enough for us to get through. And so we need to get this team together and figure out what disguises do we need. It's very Ocean's 11 kind of. But he's also very criminal. He doesn't care about killing people. He doesn't really have much of a conscience at all. And it's very, very good. I didn't know what to expect at first, and the books are very short. They're 4 to 5 hours on audiobook. That's very short. And you can just breeze through them, but they're all amazing. They're all so good. Every new scenario is just oh, how are they going to do it? And some of them get caught, some of them don't, and there's kind of this recurring. He teams up with a lot of different criminals throughout the stories, and you see some come back, and you're like, oh, we saw this guy 3 books ago, and he left the team with this random girl he had picked up in town while they were on this job, and then we see him later, and now he's married to her, and so we get all of this recurring stuff that you want to keep following up on. It's very, very good. It honestly would have, like Sam was saying, if my top 5 weren't so amazing, one of these Richard Stark books would have been in my top 5 because I enjoyed the hell out of it. And I'm still not finished with the series. There's 17 books in the series. Wow. And so I'm making my way through it whenever I have an extra credit to get one. Okay.
But Spence, I was thinking earlier, I'm very surprised you didn't mention this other series that I thought would maybe be in your top or the honorable mention. So what is your other honorable mention? I want to know if it's what I think it is.
It's not Ninth House.
It's not. I thought it was going to be.
But Ninth House was good. I really enjoyed Ninth House. It just didn't make it like into my top 5 at all. It might be in like my top 10, like bottom of my top 10 for the year. But I really enjoyed it. I had a great reading year. Like I had a lot of books that I really, really enjoyed, and Ninth House was certainly one of them. I really don't have too many complaints about Ninth House or Hellbent. It just didn't rise above the other ones for me.
Okay. You knew though. You knew immediately what I meant, which I loved.
I knew immediately what it was. Yeah. I did love it. I genuinely really, really liked that book.
Yeah, we had a great discussion about it. It was amazing.
My other one is Moriarty, which is the sequel to House of Silk, and I think the book is good. I wouldn't say it's like incredibly amazing or anything, but the twist at the end is, I think that like you get through the book and you're like, it's like a Sherlock Holmes mystery. You're kind of just making your way through it. It's like, it's very good and you're enjoying it. And then you get to the end and it's literally like, I would say one of the top 3 craziest twists I've ever read in a book.
Okay.
Like I did not see it coming in any way, shape, or form. And when it was revealed, it was one of those moments where you rewind just to make sure like you're understanding it. And it was the most like, and like looking back on it, you can totally see it. You can totally like once you know what the twist is, you're like, oh my God, like it like broke me.
Wow.
Like it broke my brain.
Okay.
I think it's literally one of the best twists I've ever read in any book, period. And so yeah, highly recommend Moriarty. Probably after reading House of Silk, they're not really connected in any way, but I would say like read House of Silk first, but then read Moriarty because it's very, very interesting.
Okay.
Very good. Do you have any honorable mentions?
I don't for books.
Okay. Let's go into shows.
So what I was thinking is to maybe make it like go a little faster than we've done is what if we each just mention our top 5?
Yes, that's exactly what we were talking about. Yep. Okay, so do you want to go through your top 5, Sam?
I definitely do. It's just really hard for me because now is like the moment I have to like make those like final decisions. Oh, okay. Fuck. Okay. No, because I have 10. I have like 10 that are like,
oh my God.
They are all so goddamn amazing, but I can get rid of some of them.
You get 5.
If I get rid of this
you get 5 and 2 honorable mentions.
No, I'm very quickly looking at them and just like based off of like initial instinct, like getting rid of certain ones. Okay, so here are my top 5. Okay. All right, number 5. The 3 Body Problem on Netflix.
The show. Okay. Yeah.
It was phenomenal. I fucking loved The 3 Body Problem. And I purchased the book and I didn't read it because my problem is if I don't read a book and find it amazing and then watch the show, if I just find the show amazing, I do have trouble with the book. It's like I can't go backwards once I've watched the show of something.
Yeah.
So you watched the one on Netflix, right? Because isn't there another 3 Body Problem like on Amazon or something, or like?
No, it's just Netflix. Did you watch Game of Thrones?
I did, yes.
Like Samuel Tarly is like one of the main characters in it.
Oh, what? Okay.
It has such phenomenal casting. I didn't know anything about the book going into it, and I had purchased it, but I knew the show was supposed to be amazing, so I was like, F it. Like I said, I've been doing a lot of crafting lately. So I've been watching way more television than I ever have before because I like background noise. And so I threw the 3 Body Problem on one day, and man, like that show about like aliens who want to come to our planet.
Okay.
But they have this major issue, and we can maybe solve it through video games. Like, I know it sounds insane, but as someone who loves Ready Player One, I really fucking loved the 3-body problem. It is very virtual reality, but also like Project Hail Mary with real scientific shit where you're like, no, like this makes sense. Like, so that was my number 5. I would say my number 4 was Masters of Air.
Oh, interesting. I've been wanting to watch this.
My husband and I have always really loved Band of Brothers, The Pacific on HBO. They were just fucking phenomenal shows to us, and I really loved Masters of Air. Like, that was very good war history, which I normally don't like love. I'm not like a historical fiction person, but phenomenal. HBO, if they're going to do it and they want to do it well, like they did it well. And I mean, Austin Butler, who doesn't want to like look at Austin Butler? You know,
He's good.
Yeah,
he's good.
It's Austin Butler, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that would be that
The
one.
handsome man.
And okay,
Did you
this
watch all this
is
movie?
really hard for me because okay. Number 2, right? That's what I'm at, right? 2?
I don't say that. Wait, sorry, what'd you say, Sam?
Am I at 2? I think I'm at 2.
You're at 3.
Great. Okay. So 3 is Ted the TV show.
Ted?
What?
You know
Like
Ted, like the teddy bear with Mark Wahlberg?
They made a show?
They did, yeah. I mean, it's not
They
new
made a show
though.
on Peacock.
I didn't know there was a
it's
show.
with like a younger version of what's his name? Mark
Wahlberg?
character.
Oh my god.
Raunchy comedy that is just gonna make you like piss yourself like laughing.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't even know.
That's
Ted
sick.
the TV show.
What? Yeah.
I had no idea this came out.
Me neither.
I only remembered because today when I text my husband to say, give me some of the stuff that was our favorite this year, he was like, the Ted TV show. And I was like, dude, I forgot how fucking hilarious that was.
Great.
You want raunchy?
I'm gonna have to check it out.
I mean, I'm from Connecticut. Connecticut and Massachusetts are one state. Really, honestly, like we are Connecticut, Massachusetts, New York, Rhode Island, like we are really just like one zone. And so I really related to the way that like the families spoke to each other and just like
Very
how
cool.
crass everyone was. Like I can get down with that. Like that I get. Like it, if you have not watched it and you want something really funny to watch, watch the Ted TV show.
Okay.
It is
What's it on?
Peacock.
Oh, okay, interesting.
On Peacock. Yeah. The kid who plays the young Mark Wahlberg is so funny. He is so funny. As Michael and I were going over my list today, I was texting him. He was like, "You're making me want to rewatch all of these things," and I was like, "No, I get it. Like, I get it." And this was one of them. So that was my number 3.
Okay, number 2.
Number 2, Yellow Jackets.
Yes, Yellow Jackets is one of our favorites.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I finally watched it.
You watched it yet?
Spoiler alert. Jackie getting fucking literally roasted and everyone eating her was just like, what am I watching? Like,
yeah. God, it's such a good show. It's one of our favorites. But it was
like right in line with what I was looking for at the time, and this like back and forth, like how the present day is, but like they keep showing you mostly the past, and you're like, how do we get here?
Right.
Yellow Jackets absolutely really filled that in. I loved it.
It's so
and
good.
then I would say number 1 was Fallout.
Yeah. Yep.
It was
solid choice.
Did you watch it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh yeah. Gabe still hasn't seen the whole thing. I'm like,
I haven't seen all yeah. But I'm a huge Fallout fan.
Yeah.
Well, me too. Games.
Well, I was not.
No, that's great. I think that's a solid number 1 choice for sure.
Yeah. I loved Fallout. What's his name? Who plays Baby Billy and what is our
the guy who plays the ghoul?
Yeah, he did such a great job.
Yeah.
The gemstones or whatever.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
Walter or something like that.
Walter Goggins.
Yeah, Walter Goggins.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Yeah, he's so
Baby
good.
Billy. He will always be Baby Billy to me. But the way he plays, what's his name with the nose and Fallout is absolutely hands down number 1 of the year.
It was so good.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
what's
it.
your
My only
top
other
5?
honorable mention was
Oh.
The Boys. The new season of The Boys was fucking phenomenal. But that show has always been phenomenal to me. So, I wanted to highlight some of the newer things I loved.
Okay. Yeah, The Boys is been good.
Yeah.
The Boys is like the best superhero television show ever, like hands down. No.
Have you seen Invincible?
I love it.
It's super good. Yeah.
Is there a new season?
Watch Gen V.
There's also another short, I can't remember the name of it, but it's about this girl with pink hair, the same animation style.
Oh yeah, it's the chick from the show.
Yeah, that's also really good.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch that. All right, what's your top 5?
Well, I did not watch a lot of TV this year, which is not surprising. But my number 1 was Fallout because that was pretty much the only TV show I watched. But
yeah,
I
have to watch.
I was like, I have to make time to watch this show. So I watched Fallout, and it was incredible. I mean, it was a great homage to the games.
Yeah,
just so good, so much to love about it. And yeah, just the main character was very likable, and all the supporting characters were just so good. So good. I think it was so well done. Which is not easy to do with video game adaptations. I don't.
Yeah.
So right. I mean, you look at Halo, second disappointing season of Halo's TV show. I'm just like, God, won't touch that with 10 foot pole.
There was a Halo movie that I really liked.
Oh, really?
Yeah, animated though.
No, Gabe, what was the movie you and I really liked and Spencer hated it? And it was based on the video game with Mark Wahlberg and Tom Holland were in the movie.
Oh, Uncharted.
Uncharted.
Yeah,
I like the movie.
Anything with Tom Holland in it, I think he's one of the best actors ever.
Yes.
But yeah, so Fallout was incredible, and then another show I'll mention that I did watch also this year was a smaller, shorter show, but it was called Scavenger's Reign. I don't know if you've heard of it.
I haven't heard of it.
It's HBO show. I think it's actually on Netflix too now.
I'm gonna look it up.
But it's animated.
Oh, sick!
And it's like a sci-fi show, and just the very most basic premise is that this group of people get stranded on this planet, but it is the most Scavenger's Reign. It is the most mind-blowing, creative TV show I've ever seen.
Oh, I love that animation style too. The animation style is awesome. It's it's kind of like the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, in terms of how what they did with the flora and fauna of this planet, the plants and animals.
Yeah.
And I remember I was just standing, I just stood up and was just watching. I was like,
wow,
what the fuck is
that's awesome.
I gotta watch this.
Yeah, that's super cool.
It's on Netflix?
It's on Netflix.
It's an HBO show originally, but I think it's on Netflix now.
It's also on
Scavenger's Reign. Yeah.
HBO Max and Prime.
Wow.
Again, it's nothing in my opinion, it was nothing crazy in terms of story. It's not like Game of Thrones epic level of story or anything, but just the animation and again, the creativeness of the planet itself.
I'm not gonna play the sound.
Yeah.
The creativeness of the planet itself. I'm just what in the hell? This is crazy.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was cool. It was worth a watch.
Okay, cool. All right, my top 5 is this was a really hard one for me this year. I've watched a lot of good shows this year. And literally any of these could be in any order except for maybe my number 1. I think a lot of these are just incredible. My number 5 is Severance on Apple TV. I think it's such an incredible show. Yeah, have you seen it?
I have.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Also, did you watch Last of Us, the show?
Yeah, that was last year.
Yeah,
it was last year.
Okay, yeah.
You're so lucky though if you only just watched Severance and you didn't watch it when it originally came out, because you know how many years I have been waiting for season 2.
Yeah, I watched it. I watched it at the very beginning of this year. Matter of fact, when we did this podcast episode last year, I started watching it 2 days after that.
Oh, shit.
And I finished it like in January. Like I binged the whole thing.
It might have been the same time frame that I watched it, to be honest. Yeah,
Really?
I don't remember. Yeah. But yeah, it's so good.
It was very, very good. And I at first I was like, okay, what is this? And then like you get like 2 or 3 episodes in and you just can't stop watching. Like you just have to know. And I can't wait for the next season on January 15th or 12th or whatever it is. My number 4 is Dark Matter. This is the adaptation of a book by the same name by Blake Crouch. And I think it is the most faithful adaptation that's ever been made. Like by far the most faithful, like literally scene by scene is recreated in the show with nothing missing. And there's stuff that is added, but it makes sense. It's like another character's point of view that is in the book, but we just don't get their point of view at the time. And it is, I mean, the author wrote the show. Like he literally wrote the script for the show.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And he was like the producer and director. He like did a lot of stuff on the show. And so it makes sense that it's so faithful. But I was like blown away. I was in tears, like not because well, I mean, like there's sad and like happy stuff that happens in the show, but also just because I've been waiting so long for like a truly faithful adaptation. And I was like, finally, like this is what the book community needed.
Is that on Netflix or?
It is on Apple TV.
Oh, it is. Oh, sick. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. So you can watch it on my account.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, Dark Matter, absolutely fantastic. I think all the characters like looked exactly how I pictured them in my head. It was crazy. It was really, really good. Number 3 is Slow Horses, also on Apple TV. It is a UK show about MI6, but like they're not like a James Bond MI6. They're like the bottom of the ladder. Like they're in this place called Slough House. And I think that's why they call them Slow Horses. And it's they're like really looked down upon by anybody else who works in MI6. But the funny thing is they're actually like significantly better at their job than the other people in MI6. They're like really, really good at what they do, but they've done something in their career to land them in this like really shitty position. But they're like brilliant, like secret agents.
Okay.
And so it's really fun. And the first season, like you'll watch it and you'll be like, that was fine. And then the second season you'll watch, they'll be like, that was better. And then you'll watch season 3 and you'll be like, oh fuck, this is getting good. And then you'll watch season 4 and you'll be like, that was like the best piece of television I've seen in a long time. Like it just gets like better and better and better and better and better as it goes. And it was fantastic. I got multiple people to watch Slow Horses this year, and all of them said that they fucking loved it. Like Nova watched Slow Horses after my recommendation, loved it. Holly Tinsley watched it and became like super addicted to it.
Nice.
And so I'm like, it's just a good ass series. Yeah, that's on Apple TV. My third is Louder Milk. This is kind of like a not like older series. It's like maybe like 3 or 4 years old, but it's on Netflix, and it's a Canadian show, I think. And it's this guy. I forget what his first name is, but his last name is Louder Milk. It's what everybody calls him. And he is a former alcoholic who is now like the head of like an AA group. And it's very funny, like very dark and like kind of dirty humor. And it's like he works as like a janitor, and he's got like a best friend who is like, you don't know this in the first couple episodes, but you find out pretty soon that he's like secretly drinking and he's like his roommate. And so there's like this whole thing with them. And then there's this girl that comes into it. Like literally the first episode is like this, like, I don't know, maybe like 21 or 22-year-old girl. Louder Milk is like in his 30s, like mid 30s. And so is his friend. Then this girl comes in, and her mom like goes to Loudermilk. She's like, please help my daughter. Like she's addicted to like drugs and alcohol and all this stuff. And he's like, all right. So he literally, somehow she ends up living with them. And he's like trying to get her like clean and sober. And the next, like, it only goes for like 2 seasons. And she like ends up, like they all end up becoming friends. And there's nothing weird that happens with like Loudermilk and like the younger girl or anything. It's just like, it's very like, they're all just like friends. It's very like wholesome in a way, like very like Ted Lasso kind of. And it's just been, the show is so funny. Like Loudermilk is this cynical asshole, and I have so much in common with him. And he's just like, he mouths off to like all these people, like the barista that like gets his name wrong, and like just so many things. There, like every episode starts with a scene of him like being a total dick to somebody. And I'm like, man, these are like all the thoughts that we have about some of these people that we never like say out loud. Yeah. So it's fantastic. I would highly recommend it. My number two, or no, that was my number 2. My number 1 is Fallout. I loved Fallout this year. I think it was the perfect representation of the games. I think it's another one of those things where it's like, it's just a perfect adaptation. It doesn't fuck with the lore. No. It doesn't fuck with like it doesn't mess anything up. Like it's just a good Fallout story. It feels like something that would happen in one of the games.
Exactly. Yeah.
And like everything was so accurate. There's so many little Easter eggs, and like Gabe and I were watching it earlier, and like even the dog. We were watching episode 2, and like dog meat when he's running on the treadmill. And there's like a screen above him, and it's like the screen that you'd normally see in like Fallout New Vegas, where you have like, it shows like your bobblehead, like your Fallout guy, and it says like head 82%, arm 72%, and like it was that screen, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. And there's so many other just like little moments, like when she hits herself with the stim pack in the first episode, and like it all just felt so very Fallout. And I love that they really didn't compromise anything. Like they didn't have to compromise anything to make a good show. It was just a good Fallout story.
So well done.
Yeah. So I'm really excited for season 2.
Do we know when that's coming?
We don't. We don't know. I think they're filming it now.
Okay.
But I don't think we have a date.
Yeah, for sure.
Honorable mentions. These are 2 things that I didn't feel like they would make it into my top 5, but I felt like I kind of mentioned one of them last year, and then one of them we're only like 3 episodes in. But one of them is Dexter Original Sin, and this is the origin story of Dexter. And I was showing Chris last night. So far, it is like a flawless spinoff. Like it is so good. Like the guy that's playing a younger Dexter really feels like Dexter. The guy that's playing Batista really feels like Batista, and same with like Masuka. All of the characters are really well cast, and the story is excellent. I'm loving learning about how Dexter got his start as a serial killer, and like so far we've seen 2 of his kills, like his first kills, and it's like, oh my God, like this is how it all started. And it's like messy. He's not doing it very well. And like you can tell he's got like a lot to learn, but you can see the beginnings of how he becomes Dexter later on. Have you been watching this, Sam?
No, I haven't. But like all I've been thinking this whole time is I'm so shocked that you would give anyone praise for playing such a solid character that's been portrayed. It's just so like our last argument was when we were arguing over the new like supposed Harry Potter castings.
Yeah.
And you were so upset, and I was like, dude, we have not seen like one single footage, like nothing. Like, how are you this angry already? So like to hear you say that you actually like loved something you've seen in that sense.
It speaks very highly to his performance. Like if you watch this kid play Dexter, you're like, that's a fucking young Dexter. Like
you are the one person.
It's good.
If you said that, I would be like, okay, then he's right. Like
yeah.
we are usually so at odds.
I'm very
only
critical.
because I'm so forgiving and you are so like, no, this is it.
Yeah.
For you to say that, believe you, 100%.
Yeah. And you love Dexter, right?
The original Dexter, I've watched every season multiple times.
Yeah. Chris was the guy that got me into Dexter. Like, he was literally the one that like showed me. He's like, this is Dexter, and I just like binged it like crazy. Yeah, he's great. So yeah, you have to watch original Sin Sam. It's so good. Like, it's out of this world.
Yeah.
Like I said, the only reason it's not like the very top of my number 5 is because we're only 3 episodes in. So I didn't feel like I could reasonably put it in my top 5.
That's like with Dune. I wanted to put the Dune series in, and I was like, Sam, you're 2 episodes in. Like, you can't say this yet.
Right. The Dune series is out right now?
Dune Prophecies, yeah.
Oh.
But it's Brian Herbert's work. It's not Frank Herbert. And so it's an adaptation based on...
No, I know, but it's on HBO, right? Like,
yeah.
Oh, shit.
It is so good. It is so good.
I did not know that was out already. That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Wow. I gotta get on that.
Yeah. My other honorable mention is Shrinking season 2. I didn't include this because I talked about it last year. But Shrinking is Jason Segel, and he's a like therapist, and it's very Ted Lasso. Like, it's very, very, very Ted Lasso. Just very like wholesome, very funny. Like, wholesome, not meaning like it's not missing like dirty humor and stuff. It's just very like, you feel good when you watch an episode of it. And I would recommend it to anybody who even remotely liked Ted Lasso. But season 2, I feel like with these kind of shows, season 2 often falls off a bit. I even felt like season 2 of Ted Lasso kind of fell off a bit. And so for this, season 2 is like significantly better than season 1. Like, it is really, really good. So I highly, highly recommend it. But yeah, I'll wrap it up there. Do you have any shows?
Yeah. My number 5 is Solar Opposites. From the same studio.
Rick and Morty.
Yeah, same studio that made Rick and Morty. I've watched Rick and Morty is my favorite show of all time, but I've watched every episode like 1,000 times. So it's tough to keep doing that. But Solar Opposites is awesome. It's
what
like
do you call
so
it?
funny
I'm
and
like
just like
on the name.
it's like Rick and Morty, just different.
But what's the little like blobby thing? The like little jelly baby.
Oh yeah, what is its name? Or they call it something. I don't know. It's terrible.
Oh, I love Solar Opposites. I love it.
Good.
Corvo and Terry are just like 2 of the best.
Yep. My favorite episodes are the ones where they you know that little like menagerie that he's got in his room of like he shrinks people down.
Yes.
And, like, you get little side episodes of like the little people. It's awesome. And number 4,
the pupa. That's what it is. Right?
That's it.
Pupa.
Yeah.
Dude, I fucking love Solar Opposites. Although ever since they had to swap out the main actor's voice after this whole controversy, and the way they just like changed his voice like 180%, you know what I mean? Like fully change it and don't explain it. It was hard for me because the original voice was so good.
I know.
But I still love the show. It is so funny. And me and Terry both have a love of graphic tees that I think is hard to explain to people who don't get it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
We want a funny graphic tee.
For real. And then my number 4 is The Boys.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Yes.
What season are you at?
I think 3.
Oh, okay, yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
My number 3 is Yellowstone. I watched that for the first time this year. It's incredible. Incredible show.
Yeah.
And my number 2, I have a movie, Alien Romulus.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you see it?
I watched parts of it. On the guy next to me was watching.
Yeah.
My eyes kept straight.
Yeah. So that was super good. And then
watched.
Yeah, and then by far my number 1 is From.
Oh yeah.
Didn't you say that last year?
No, this is new.
Yeah, I haven't. I watched
new
it this year. Started a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's
very
okay.
good.
It's
It's from
incredible.
the same guy as what do you call it? Lost, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
the guy who plays Michael is in it. My husband wanted to watch it the other day, and I was like, I am not in the mood for like serious, but I've heard so much good stuff about it.
Oh, it's incredible.
It's so good.
Yeah,
I've only seen like half of the first season. Yeah. And I'm in love with it. I need to start watching it again.
Is that on Peacock or is that on?
No, it's on Prime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's you need like a secondary subscription like you do with Dexter.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I think it's worth it. I think
that's the one where the family like wanders into the town.
Yeah, family wanders in the town and they can't leave.
Right.
I watched the first episode.
Okay,
It was like a free promo.
Yeah. It's incredible.
Yeah,
Very
he came out to Washington for a weekend, and
you mean Idaho?
Yeah, or sorry, yeah, he came out to Idaho for a weekend, and he showed me the first episode, and we were planning on playing another like game that night or something. And he's like, "Do you want to
I kept
play
like
the game, or do you want to start the next episode?" And I was like, "Next episode." And we'd finish that and like, one more episode.
Yeah.
One more.
And he's like, "Okay." So we played that episode. He's like, "Do you want to play the game?" I'm like, "Let's just do one more episode." Like it was so good. I was hooked.
Yeah, it's so awesome.
That's great. All right, Sam, do you have a top 5 games to wrap us up with some of our lists here?
Yeah, I gotta go very soon. It's almost 9:30 here for me. So I don't play a lot of video games. You know, if I do, I get obsessed with it. Number 1 would be Astrobot. I fucking loved Astrobot. That game was so
one game of the year.
Game of the year, yeah.
I fucking loved Astrobot. I was hyper fixated on that for quite a few weeks. I also loved Harry Potter.
I just started that.
Yeah,
nice.
Like Hogwarts Legacy.
Yes, I have played through 3 different houses so far, and
nice. Damn, that's awesome.
No matter what house you play, you get one exclusive to that house level. Yeah. And so I didn't know initially that, and I really wanted Azkaban, which I think you can only get if you're Hufflepuff. I believe that's it. So I played through 3 of the 4 houses of that already. And then really the other one was Dreamlight Valley. Like that's my fucking game, man. Like my game, that is my game. And my honorable mention was Sly Cooper. And I mean, I named my kid Cooper, okay? You know.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Already.
Yeah. Cooper is like one of the best games ever.
But PlayStation just re-released them. Digitized. And so they look so good. And we have the PlayStation whatever monthly package thing, so I can play them all for free right now. So that's been my current obsession.
Nice. That's awesome.
Very good.
Yeah.
Well, we saw your Steam, so we know.
I need to set that to private, man. You guys know that. Yeah.
What's your top 2?
Okay, so like similar to the TV shows, I have not had a lot of time to play video games this year. Although I've thought about them a lot. So.
Yeah. You've been like going to school and stuff too, and working full time.
I know. So I played Ghosts of Tsushima. Yeah. And I mean, I love the aesthetic of that game.
That's cool. Yeah.
All 6 hours.
It was 6 hours is a good chunk.
Yeah. I mean, I want to finish it. Yeah. And then like when I was in Japan earlier this year, I was just like, bro, this is like Ghost of Tsushima. This is so sick. Yeah. I can just picture it. So that game is incredible. I'm planning to finish it. I started Hogwarts Legacy, which I have not finished yet either, but it's also awesome. I'm really that's like the game I'm playing right now. Yeah. So it's just so much fun just to wander around. Just like
that's awesome.
And there's just like the Harry Potter story, like it got me all hooked into Harry Potter again. Man,
yeah, right?
I haven't been to Harry Potter for a while. Like, reread the books. So that's been great. I played like several hours of Enshrouded.
Yeah.
And I want to keep playing that. That's a great one. Yeah, and then I think at the very beginning of the year, I played some Cyberpunk again, 2077.
Nice.
Also an awesome game.
Did you play it? Like, have you beat it before?
Not yet.
Okay.
Still working on
the DLC is incredible.
I've heard. I haven't.
Okay,
DLC,
good.
so
it's so good.
For what?
So good.
Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk. Yeah. Very cool.
Liberty, whatever. Something.
Phantom Liberty.
Phantom Liberty. Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah. Very cool. Okay, so my top 5 for games. I feel like I don't have as much for games as I did books, but I feel more like strongly about them. Like I feel very strongly about the games that I've selected. In my number 5 spot is this game called Jusant, and it is from I believe Annapurna. Yeah, it's like a little indie company kind of. They make like very artsy games, and in this, there's been a kind of a desolation that's happened. Like the world is like drained of its water. It's like slowly like draining away, just like they're losing water completely, and so everything is like very arid, very just like dry. And you're going up this mountain essentially, and you have this little. It's kind of fantasy. Like you have this like just kind of weird like creature guy that is like in your backpack, and he'll like pop up and help you with puzzles, or he'll like he's like your scan ability, so you can like scan things and like see like where to grab onto. But essentially, it's a mountain climbing game, and you have like a little grapple hook, and you have like tether points, and you're trying to make your way up this mountain, and there's all these like it's like this old civilization that is now gone from the mountain, and you're finding like little notes that give you little pieces of lore that say, today we're moving further up the mountain because we think that there's something up there, there's water hidden up there somehow. And then you kind of find out that there's like these creatures in the sky that like hold on to all the water. And so you're following this like tribe of people that have been making their way up the mountain, trying to get to these like essentially whales in the sky. They fly, and they like bring the water back. And so you go up the mountain, you go through it, like through all these like caverns and stuff, and there's all this really cool like climbing mechanics, and you're using your little guy for like certain puzzles and stuff. And it's very good. It's very wholesome. There was some parts that like I guess didn't quite make me shed a tear, but were like I was very close to. Like there's some very like heartwarming moments where it's like, oh man, this is just like so wholesome, and so like I just love the story of it. And it's all told through these like letters and like the occasional cutscene or something. And so then number 4 for me, I'm putting this in my top 5. I feel like weird about it. I originally had it in my honorable mentions. The last year I talked about Remnant 2.
Mm-hmm.
I played way more Remnant 2 this year than I did last year. I've put like hundreds of hours into this game, and there's 3 DLCs that came out this year, and I played all of them. And so technically I'm putting down the Remnant 2 DLCs because they were all incredible. I'm blown away by Remnant. It is like it's now one of my favorite games of all time.
Wow.
And I've just put so many hours into it and love it so much. Number 3 for me is Helldivers 2. We were playing this last night, and it's been a game that Gabe and I have been really addicted to. We've met like genuine friends through Helldivers 2 that we like hang out with and talk to on like a regular basis. Yeah. And like we're all in like a Discord group chat together and hang out there and stuff. Shout out to Jacob.
Yeah.
And we've just had a great time with Helldivers 2. If you know anything about the game, you know it's just a chaotic good time, and it's so much fun. I really don't have too much to say about it that people wouldn't like already know about it.
Yeah.
But it's just so good. It's such a great like it's led to like multiple like genuine bonding experiences, and I think that's so cool. Number 2 for me is Dragon's Dogma 2.
Ooh,
dude, this if my number 1 game wasn't so amazing, this would be my number 1 game for the year. It was fantastic. It's like this big sprawling RPG. There's no fast travel really, or at least fast travel is very difficult. And so you're forced to actually make your way through the environment and be like well, I've made it all the way over here. Before going back to town, I guess like I'll explore a little bit more and like see like what's around here just so I don't miss anything because it took so long to get over here. And so it really forces you to think strategically and to think like in a survival way. Like you don't have to like eat or anything or like anything like that, but you do have to think like, okay, like I'm low on health. I need to find a place to camp so that I can get my health back because you can't just regain your health. Like there's like health potions and stuff you can take in the middle of battle, but if you get to a certain point with your health, there's no way to just like get it back. Interesting. So you have to like find a camping site and like camp there to get your health back. And so it really, really makes you think through a lot of these things. On top of that, you get these things called pawns, which are basically your party like you would have in Dragon Age. And they're like very smart. Like just the way that they made this pawn system is so incredible. They don't solve puzzles and stuff for you, but they'll ask you, you'll be traveling with them and you hire these pawns from other players, like other real players. And they learn through playing with other people that have hired them. So you can have them in your party and they'll say, hey, I know of a treasure nearby because of my travels with this other person. Would you like me to show you? And you can hit up on the D-pad that says go, and they'll like take you to that. But it's not forced upon you. It's not like, hey, there's a treasure over here. And it like pings your map and like shows you. It's like, it gives you the option of engaging with that. And there's a million more things I could say about the pawn system. It's incredible. It's like really, really, really complex how these pawns work with you and how they just like help you through your missions without making you feel like, oh, the game is just force feeding me information and help that I don't want. I think it's one of the best RPGs I've played in years, hands down. I think it just is. Like the combat, the story, there's like hardly any story, but like the combat and like the engagement with the pawns and just the exploration, it feels like playing Skyrim for the first time. It's very, very good. My number one is Enshrouded. I have put, as of today, 406 hours into this game.
That's crazy. That's a lot of hours.
I have been playing this all year. It has made it into my like probably top 5 favorite games of all time. And I could just play this game for like hours and hours and hours. It's like a survival crafting game. You start out with nothing and you have to explore the world. There's like parts of the world that are covered in this mist. And if you go into the mist, you have a certain timer. And if you stay in there for too long, you die. But going into the mist is how you get to other parts of the map. And it's how you get to like really good gear and all this other stuff. And it is an incredible game. It's in early access. It's made by Keen Games. And when I first played it, when it first got released, I was like, this is great. Like I'm having a great time with this. And then they just did update after update after update after update that added like a new area to explore, a new area to explore, a new area to explore, and like new armor, new weapons, new NPCs, like new like crafting, like all this stuff. They added so much stuff just in the past year. It feels like a completely new game. And it's one of the best games I've ever played. I'll wrap up with this, but there was this moment in Enshrouded where I realized it was like my new like favorite game. And you're out exploring the world, and there's no fast travel unless you find like there's like very, very few fast travel locations. And so I was early in the game and there was this church, and this church was on like an island, and there's this bridge that goes across to the mainland. And I was out exploring and nighttime falls. And when nighttime falls, these zombie-like creatures come out and they come like looking for you and they're like hunting you, and they come out in like swarms. And I was like, fuck, like the sun's going down. Like I can literally, there's no clock or anything. I can just see like the sun going down. I'm like, dude, it's about to get dark soon. What do I do? And so I run up to this church. I run across the bridge. I'm like, dude, there's going to be zombies here like any second. And I start like going up this church, and I had to like kind of like jump around the outside of the church. There's like these platforms and stuff, and jump around and make my way to the top room. And I just had to, there was no way to turn time forward because usually you could sleep in a bed and turn the time forward. There's no way to do that. And so I was like literally at the top of this like tower, just like waiting for the sun to come back up. And I'm looking down at the bridge, and there's like one by one, all these little zombies just like came out, and they're like waiting on the bridge for me to come out. And I just had to like wait it out. And it was the coolest experience I've had in a game in so long, because I felt like I was really surviving. It felt like I was really like, I can't just like fast travel somewhere. I have to like wait this out, and I have no way to turn time forward or anything. And it's been just a fantastic part of my life this year. It's given me so much joy, and I think Keen Games deserves all of the awards they've gotten. They went to the German Game Awards, and they won like best music, best like best original idea, like all of these. They won like 3 or 4 awards. And then even they won some Steam awards. I forget what they were, but they won some awards through the annual Steam awards. And so please, if anybody is a PC gamer, please go play Enshrouded, support this team, because they deserve all of the love that they can get. That's my number 1.
Cool.
Yeah.
Amen. I only have 4. My number 4 is Enshrouded.
Okay, nice.
I haven't really played enough of it to, I think, really get its hooks in yet.
Yeah. I'm surprised you only have 4, because you played a lot of games this year.
Yeah, it was just 4 that were like the awesome ones, I guess.
Yeah.
3 is Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. I think that's a really cool game.
There are a lot of bugs in that game?
Not that I found.
Okay.
Yeah, none that have affected me anyways. 2 is Helldivers.
Nice.
Which is just awesome. And then 1 is Horizon Forbidden West.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Okay.
Horizon's great.
It's by far my most favorite game I played in 2024.
That's fantastic. I love Horizon.
Sam, you got to get out of here. I feel bad.
Yeah, if you got to go, you can go.
I do have to go.
That's all right. That's totally fine.
Very cool. We'll wrap up with our presents and
thanks for hanging out for so long, Sam. Glad you were here.
I had so much fun. I love you guys so much.
And Sam, also just thank you for joining us this year. Thank you for joining the podcast. Yeah. You've been an amazing co-host, and I can't wait to have another year with you as a co-host and just seeing what we can do.
This is like really been one of the most like cathartic, consistent activities I have put myself wholeheartedly into. Yeah. And really it was something I was already doing, with the reading, but it was just so nice to find people who are as interested in these things as I am. And I will forever proudly, exclaim that I was the Fantasy Files podcast first follower,
That's right. That's right. As you should.
Wait, before you go, what was your biggest disappointment? What was your biggest disappointment of the year?
My biggest disappointment, I don't think it would be like a big disappointment to you guys. It was only because for me, I had read this series called The Discovery of Witches by Deborah Harkness, and it became a TV show. It was like a BBC show, and it was spot on. Like they followed the 3 books to a T, right?
Oh, sure.
Last book came out 10 years ago, and a new book came out this year, and I was so excited because I didn't know it was coming out. It was already out. I was fucking so excited. It was such a letdown. It was such a letdown of a book. I was so bored. I was like, why is this what she wrote a book about? So that was the one. And then the other was the Fourth Wing follow-up, where I remember being like ambivalent to it the first time. And then when Spencer and I read it for the pod, I was like, I fucking hated this book.
Yeah.
This was torture for me to get through.
Yeah.
So those are my 2 major ones. Really was just like this follow-up to a book I had read, a decade ago and loved the show. And then Fourth Ring, I think I had just been excited to have a new book the first time I read it. And then the second time I read it, I was like, this was fucking awful.
Oh man.
Yeah, so those are my two major disappointments. And the only other thing I want to mention outside of that is one of my favorite movies of the year, which other people may have hated, was I Love Twisters.
Oh, I want to watch it. I want to watch it really bad. That was like my mom's favorite movie growing up, was Twisters.
I loved it. Yeah. My husband is obsessed with the original Twister movie. The new one, Twisters, phenomenal. It's on Peacock.
Peacock. Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you have anything you're looking forward to for next year?
I am looking forward to my life leveling out now that my coworker is officially retiring, and I will officially be taking over her responsibilities with a new person taking over my old ones. So I am looking forward to not doing two jobs at once.
No,
nice.
Okay.
Very cool. That's good.
My life is going to very much slow down. Yeah, in the next few weeks, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, Sam.
You guys are the best thing that has happened to me in 2024.
We love you, Sam.
We love you.
All right. I love you guys so much. It was great seeing you all.
All right, bye-bye. Okay, so we're should we do presents?
Yeah, let's do presents.
I think it's time, man.
Yeah,
Waiting for
presents. Yeah. What, do you guys have any big disappointments of the year?
Oh, I've got a disappointment.
Yeah.
You.
Is it me?
No, Dragon Age: The Buildguard.
Oh,
yeah, that's fair.
Dude, insanely disappointing.
Yeah.
And it's so disappointing to see like almost across the board critical consensus saying like, well, what a return to form from BioWare. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. I was just like, everything I've seen of that is just like garbage writing. The combat looks like a mobile game. Yeah, like, this is not to repeat all the talking points that people hashed on, but just like, if you played the first Dragon Age, it's like this is it. Like,
this isn't
another thing they did too is they were being super schemy with like giving out review copies. Like they were like,
they
were doing some weird stuff. Like they would only like give them to people who
they thought would get a good review.
Yeah, which is so messed up.
Yeah, it's super scammy.
Yeah, it's just so scummy. It's just like I don't know how anyone could be excited for the next Mass Effect if this is what they're going to try.
For sure. Yeah.
So that's insanely disappointing to see. Like, in what my opinion is a final nail in BioWare's confidence. Like we've been saying, oh, give them a chance for 10+ years at this point. It's like Anthem, Andromeda, this.
Yeah.
There, it's over.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's insanely disappointing.
My biggest disappointments were the game Nightingale. This is a game that I've been looking forward to for years, and it's kind of like Enshrouded, but it's first person, and it's in like my favorite form of fantasy is like gas lamp. What?
I don't care.
We're on.
Oh,
so what did we do?
Like it's very much like Enshrouded, except my favorite form of fantasy is like gas lamp, like Victorian era, like Victorian London, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's what it was supposed to be. And I guess it was that, but it was just a very bad game. Like I think it's gotten better with like recent updates, but it's still not like what we were all hoping it was.
There's not enough content there, or like just different.
Not nearly enough content. Like everything gets rehashed a lot. Just the systems don't work very well, like the leveling systems and stuff. And then my other one is the Silverblood Promise by what's his name? I forget who wrote the book. I wrote kind of a scathing review of it. It's not like a bad book. I think the problem that I have with it is the marketing. And that's kind of where a lot of my complaints from this year come in, is because there's a lot of books that have just had really bad marketing, because this book was marketed as the next Lies of Locke Lamora. And even the author was telling people, if you like Lies of Locke Lamora, you're going to love this. And like other people, Joe Abercrombie reviewed it, and he said, yeah, if you like Lies of Locke Lamora, you're going to love this. It's like the successor to Lies of Locke Lamora. And I read it, and I was like, it's a fun book. Like, it's fine, but it is like, I don't know how you could compare this to Lies of Locke Lamora. They're like, there's no way. Like, it was not like, I feel like you're like overstepping, like you're stepping out of your lane by saying I'm to the same degree that God, the guy that wrote Liza Lockamora, Jesus Christ. My book is like Liza Lockamora worthy. I feel like that's just so like insanely arrogant when you put out this kind of book, because it was a fun book, but it wasn't. There's no way you could read it and say it's anything like Liza Lockamora. And so it really like pissed me off, and it made me like make a whole video about like modern day marketing and books, and like how we get all of these authors are like paid money to like put a blurb on the front of the book that's just like eye catching and is supposed to like sell a book. And it's like, but that's not like fair. Like that's not like truthful. Like you're just paying some author to like do that. So yeah, it really pissed me off. My final biggest disappointment is Oathbringer, book 3 in the Stormlight Archive. I didn't like it at all. I didn't really like anything throughout the book. Like there was, or I guess I should say more accurately, I didn't enjoy my time with the book. I think there was good things, and especially talking to Jim and Sam and Gavin, who were able to like break down the book a little bit more for me and show me some of the like the Cosmere connections. I think that I understand why people really like it. I also think I was going through I've been through a lot in the past like couple months, and so I think that was like
kind of weighing on you too.
Yeah, kind of weighing on me too, and like added to my enjoyment or not enjoyment of the book. And so I just think that Oathbringer didn't land for me, and it was something that everybody else seems to love. So I just didn't really, it just didn't click with me, and I was hoping that I would love it. But yeah, that's it for me. Do you have biggest disappointment? Anything that you're like?
Not really off the top of my head. Like I said, I didn't really read a lot of new stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
So I was like, because I was just listening to like my favorite books all year.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah, I haven't seen any TV that I haven't liked. All my shows I've thoroughly enjoyed.
Right.
So it's like, good. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's good to not be disappointed. So,
yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, let's get some presents sorted out here.
Yeah.
We'll wrap up. Chris?
Are we just gonna everybody get their own? I mean, like, you want to do one at a time?
Yeah, we'll go through.
That's for you, Chris.
Thanks. I gotta grab mine over here.
Do you want me to bring them over? All these guys?
Yeah. Thank you. Your floor is very. Yeah, you can. I guess you set them behind.
Your floor is very slidey.
Oh, I brought slippers, dude.
That's right.
Oh shit.
All right.
This is yours too, Chris.
Yeah. Cool. We need a bigger table.
I know, we can just sit on the ground here.
This one, for Spencer, it's the last, but it's
Oh, nice. Thanks, man. Wait. Did you ever like send me a number or something? Well, I'll.
No, it's okay.
No, did I?
No, my request was that you help me with my computer.
Barely.
Well, still though, I mean, you assuaded my panic, so that is more than enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well. All right. Thanks. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah. More than happy to.
No, I know. Yeah, it wasn't even that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did I get everybody sorted out?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I sorted it. I should have.
I think so.
Unless you have some hiding.
Is there some hidden? Yeah.
Okay. Onward. Okay, who wants to start?
I will.
All right.
Does it matter? Just anyone?
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
This one says Chris. Must be for me.
Nope.
This is actually a pretty fine wrapping job, I would say.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
your wrapping
Okay.
does look good. Agreed.
I love how our last comment is from like an hour ago. Nobody's here anymore. Hopefully, you guys are still watching later.
What are these?
These are earbuds.
Oh, sick. Okay.
Wow,
Oh,
Yeah.
damn, dope. Dude.
Those are the same ones I use.
Oh, you like these a lot? Okay.
These are they're honestly like the best earbuds I've found.
Sick, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
They look like they're from like Temu or something, but they're not. Like they're
Temu.
Yeah, they're like really good.
No,
earbuds.
hell yeah. I would love these for like the gym or something. This is sick. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much. Man.
Yeah.
All right. Hell yeah.
Yeah, they there's like an app that you download with it, and you can customize like I customized it to where like one tap means play and pause,
Okay.
and then like 2 taps means
Like answer the
forward,
phone.
okay, or and then like 3 taps means like backwards. And so you can customize the taps that you have on it to mean
Awesome.
different things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
This is for me.
Yeah. This is the present I'm most excited about.
Oh, really? Okay.
Doing it first.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah, you can't really see what it is,
Okay.
but I would open it and check it out. Where's the?
But I would
Trying to find that.
Oh,
Do you have a knife?
yeah, I do. Sorry.
Yes. Oh shit! Okay. Oh, sick! It's got a. Oh, is it a light?
Yeah, it's like a nightlight.
Oh, that is dope.
No.
That's actually dope.
Change the colors and everything.
That's super sick.
sick. What?
That's actually so sick.
Yeah.
So this
I was really
part
excited.
goes into the wall.
Yeah, and then
this
it
part
hangs.
is. Oh yeah. This part
Dude, yeah. You need to deck out like your background for your.
Yeah.
You don't have to like have all these kind of.
Yep, that's exactly what I thought when I.
Dude.
That's pretty dope. Yeah.
That
Isn't
is
that cool?
sick. And then this, it looks like it changes like
Yep,
color and
Yep,
hue.
it's got
and
different colors, and you can like make it like shine
What?
different ways.
That is so.
Yeah, that's a good gift,
fucking
Gabe.
sick.
Yeah,
That is
I was
a
really
great
really
gift.
stoked about it.
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, dude.
Yeah,
I
that'll
love that.
look
Thank
good.
you.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. That'll look good in the.
Oh, it's so good. That is a fantastic gift, dude.
Yeah, that's really nice.
I love that. Okay, you're up.
Your turn.
I'm up.
Oh, careful.
Ooh,
Similar vein.
yeah, sick, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is it?
Backlighting.
They're like backlighting, so like
Oh,
for
yeah.
under the yeah.
Those are nice.
That's super cool.
And it comes with a controller.
Yeah.
And it changes. And I think you can also download an app on your phone and do it from your phone.
Sick.
And it will like strobe, or it'll like
Or be solid or whatever
like,
you choose.
it'll be solid, or like gradually move through them. You can
Sick,
pick
dude.
from like any color of the rainbow.
That's
a
awesome.
good idea too.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually really excited about that
And
because
it
I was
plugs
gonna
in.
buy myself some of those.
Yeah, the cool thing about this one too is the same one that I
Yeah.
have, and it USB plugs into the back of your monitor. Like
Yeah.
your monitor has a
Yeah.
USB plug in it. That's what powers it,
Yeah.
and then it's got a sticky side to it, and you plug it in, and then you just sticky it in a square around the back of your monitor,
Sick.
and it just stays
Sick,
there.
dude.
I like that.
That's
It's-
awesome. Yeah, thank you.
It's fantastic.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's super cool. Badass.
yeah,
Hell yeah. Okay.
super cool.
Sweet.
Cool.
All right. Yeah. Yeah,
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I'm wondering.
Yeah. Cool.
Dope. I was low-key jealous when Gabe got these. Thank you. Yeah, I'll use these for mine for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Awesome.
That's cool.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know where mine are. Oh, there. From Chris and Gabe.
Yep. Team effort.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see mouse.
I got you the mouse pad too, but that won't be here till January.
Yeah.
So
Okay, cool. Nice.
They have this. I didn't tell you about this, but I bought one for myself too. They have this mouse pad that wirelessly charges this as you play games.
Yeah, it's specifically Logitech.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. Yeah, dude, I have wanted this mouse for so long. I literally did the thing where on Google Shopping, I tagged it as to get notifications of when the price drops. And I've been watching it for a year, and it's never just never dropped. And so this is exactly what I wanted to complete my setup. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
No worries.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, I'm trying to remember what this is. I don't even remember.
Oh, Logitech.
Oh yeah,
That's a good sign. Oh, sick! A new webcam.
yeah,
Badass, dude.
yeah. That's from Chris and I.
I was like, that's from both.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I didn't put that on there.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Is it that one too?
Yeah, it's that same one.
That's the one you guys got me too.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
So now we all.
I've needed a new. I needed a webcam. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have. At least now I don't have it.
Yeah.
My laptop one was just 1080p. So.
Yeah.
Awesome,
That's 4K, and it's got this premium. It's over here. It's got this premium cord, so it's not some dinky little cord that comes undone all the time.
Cool.
Solid.
Yeah. Badass, dude.
Yeah,
That's
it's really, really good.
And you can just mount it on the top of your computer pretty easy, or
Yeah, you can do that, or you can get the
small, the blue one that you have.
that blue one that I have is $10.
Oh, sick.
And it's just a little tripod.
Dope, dude.
But for you, your monitor is at a good height, so it might be easier for you just to mount it to your monitor.
Thank you guys.
It's got a little clip on it.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna open one from Gabe here.
So there's a two-parter. So once you're done with that, I'll tell you what the other gift is.
Oh, brother.
Have you had this before?
Let's go. I think so. Basil Hayden. I don't know if I've ever had my own bottle. I think I've tried it. Yeah. This shit's good.
It is a very nice.
Lots of people speak highly about it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it is awesome.
Man. Yeah.
And then the second part of the gift from Spencer and I, we purchased you Helldivers 2. And so,
Fuck yeah.
So you got
all right. Yes, dude.
Let's go. Upgraded edition. The comes with some.
Fuck yes. Okay.
So
Dude, I cannot
I have a
wait.
Steam key for you.
Bro, I'm gonna sell that.
Yeah.
Tonight,
Yeah,
dude.
dude. Hell yeah.
Fucking
Nice.
tonight, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited. Thank
Yeah,
you so
that'll be
much.
cool.
Fuck yes, dude.
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah,
this
we
is a
can't wait to
nice-
play with you, man.
This is
Yeah.
a nice looking bottle.
Yeah, that's fun.
Basil Hayden. I've only had it. I think I've had 2 bottles of it, but it is a nice bottle.
Yeah, this looks.
Yeah.
This looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, man.
It's really good.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Who's up next?
Okay.
Spencer.
From
I think it's from Chris. Right?
That's you.
That's my wrapping paper.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. And if I fucked up, just let me know in advance. And...
Nice. We were just talking about
Yes.
That's awesome.
That's the grocery one.
Yes,
Yeah, that's the
dude.
one. Okay.
This is the one.
Sick.
Oh my god.
Oh,
look
dude,
at that.
that's cool.
And that's cool. It's got the original
Yeah.
art on the inside. That's pretty smart.
That's cool.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is sick.
Yeah, now that it's on it was on all your guys' list, I was like,
Yeah.
maybe I should give it to myself.
Yeah.
I need to read it.
Dude, yeah, you need to read
Okay.
Will of the Man.
I will. I'll read it in
It is
2025.
so good. Oh my god. Thank you.
Yeah, man, no
Appreciate
problem.
that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Sweet. Beautiful.
Show the camera the
Yeah.
Oh.
Camera your goodies.
Yeah.
The Will of the Moon.
Okay. What is this? Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. Oh, I'm so excited. Move over.
Okay. I like the rapid.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
The lattice.
Oh shit. Oh.
Oh, sick, dude.
Let me see.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Wow.
That's so cool.
That is
dude.
an incredible cover.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
That's so clean.
What even? And look at this. It's like
I know,
silver.
silver on the side of the
Dude,
pages.
that is fucking sick.
Wow.
Holy crap, dude. What edition is this? And it's signed?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Signed by Calcade?
Yeah.
Holy shit. That's
Dude,
crazy.
that's
Wow.
crazy. I'm gonna try
Yeah.
this. That's incredible, man.
There's all sorts of artwork
So
through it.
cool.
There's like there's
Yeah, I just saw a couple.
There's so every chapter has
Like a
Reskin,
yeah.
and then there's like full images. Wait, was that one of them? Yeah, like
Oh,
that's
dude. That's so cool.
Wow.
That is freaking sweet, dude.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a
Dude,
good
that is so fucking cool.
yeah. This was part of a Kickstarter.
Okay.
And it's a special edition. I think she's gonna do one for every book.
Yeah.
And there's so much good artwork
Yeah.
in here. Like, where is it? Wait, did I just pass one? It felt like I
did,
passed. Yeah, there's Reskin training at the fortress when he's fighting
yeah,
at the
yeah.
fortress.
Yeah.
And then the next one is
Ooh.
him getting shipwrecked.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's one. Hard to find them.
Yeah.
There's one that's like him fighting the assassin guild.
Oh shit.
And-
when he's got the two people with him and he's trying to protect them, walking in the whatever that's called.
Yeah, walking the
The
path.
gauntlet.
Oh, that's when he gets those things
Oh,
from General
sick.
Marco.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Naginata.
Naginata.
I feel another one under my fingers. It's like slightly raised.
I can see it right there, the line too. It's like the black.
Oh, there it was.
Oh wait, here it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Wait, no,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
the one
we
we
saw
saw.
that.
There's another one where he's like fighting the guild. Is it? Oh, there's
Oh,
this
that's
too.
sick, too.
Yeah.
Wow, that's such a good.
Yeah,
Sitting
that
at the
is
table
so
with
good.
Sam and Frisha.
That's such good artwork right
Yeah.
there.
Right?
I like that a lot.
Isn't that so
Yeah,
cool?
that's really cool.
But yeah, then there's Calcade.
Yeah.
And a cool announcement for next year is Calcade has agreed to come
Come on
back
the
on for
podcast,
another
yeah.
episode. There's
Oh,
him
sick.
dressed as the Raven.
Yep.
Yeah, this is like an incredible addition.
Dude,
I've been
yeah,
It looks
sick,
so
man.
nice. Yeah.
There's another one. Here somewhere. That is like him fighting the guild.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Oh, yeah, I just passed it. Oh, there's him and his
Battle Charger,
Yeah.
yeah. There's all sorts of great
Yeah.
stuff, and like I think even here it is.
Oh
Yeah, that's him fighting the assassin
sick,
guild.
dude.
Isn't that dope?
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is really good.
Thank you, bro. That's freaking sick.
Yeah. So that and I had to wait a year for this.
Wow.
I had to wait.
Dude,
Yeah.
shit, thank you
I-
so much. Oh, look how cool that is, too.
Oh, yeah, take the
Underneath
dust
that.
jacket
Yeah.
off. Yeah. There's a lot of cool stuff kind of hidden around this book.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
That's
look at
actually
that.
such a cool cut.
That's incredible, dude.
Wow.
You are the weapon.
You are the weapon. Rule number 1, baby.
Isn't
Or
that
that's
amazing?
233. Yeah. Dude, yeah, that's freaking sick, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That is badass.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, very,
Thank
very
you.
special.
Thank you very, very, very much. That is sweet. Now I just gotta find a cool spot to,
Yeah,
I need a book,
a little bookshelf.
shelf. Yeah.
Because now you have a few books.
Exactly. I feel bad sitting out on the ground, so I'm not here.
Yeah, you definitely have a bookshelf, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I know. I'm lacking a little bit. That's awesome, dude.
All right, you're up. Me? All right.
I wonder what that would be.
I wonder.
Oh,
Yes, let's go.
that's awesome.
The complete novels of Sherlock Holmes, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Sick, dude.
Dude, yes. Scarlet. Yeah, I'm gonna open this right now. Thank you.
Yeah, it said it's a special edition. I don't know if it's illustrated or not, but I was trying to find some sort of special edition of Sherlock Holmes, and that's what came up.
I mean, it looks beautiful. Yeah,
It does
look really nice, dude. Okay, I'm wondering what all it has in it. Like,
Yeah.
in terms of,
It has all the stories.
Oh, there's
like
some
the
artwork
first
up
four.
front too.
Yeah,
yeah, I really like that a lot. Okay.
yeah. It's got the main four from what I understand.
Oh, it's got the four novels. Okay,
Yeah.
Study of Scarlet, Sign of the Four, Hound of the Baskervilles, and the Valley of Fear. Dude, sick.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Bro, I could. If my schedule allows it, I'm gonna be reading these this year. I would love to reread all these. Okay, dude, this has been awesome. Okay, wow, thank you so much. This is great. Yeah, this is awesome.
That's super cool.
Because I have his book of short stories, but I don't have any of the novels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's just like really compliments. Like I have a really old book of the short stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, but like I said, none of the novels.
Oh,
it's
nice.
It's a perfect compliment, dude. That's
Very
awesome.
good.
Badass.
Very good.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm glad. Oh, do I?
Yep. You're up.
Is this from you?
No.
Oh, okay.
It just is the wrong type thing.
Oh, nice.
nice.
Yeah. The last one I needed was the Sorcerer's Stone. I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Does that look
perfect.
right though? Like the
Uh-huh.
right size? Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
I love it.
It's a classic.
Oh yeah, you can't go wrong with Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
This feels like a shirt or something, and last year you got me the coolest fucking sweatshirt.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the Borderlands one? Oh, cool, dude. That's Bleach, right? Yeah, it totally is.
What is that?
It's
I
a
was
desk mat.
okay, and it's not Bleach, it's SAO.
Yeah, it's SAO, and it's it goes over your entire desk.
Okay,
It's
sick.
a mouse pad that goes over your entire desk.
Oh no!
Oh yeah. Okay, I know what's about to happen here. I told Chris I wanted one too. So.
Oh, really?
One somewhere.
That's why I said, "Oh no."
Oh, no.
But you also said you bought a mouse pad too that like charges you for mouse pads.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
true.
No, this is what I wanted, like something like this, big enough to fit my, the keyboard and that. That's fucking cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking cool.
that is sick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't. Yeah. Okay. There's the.
Yep. SAO baby.
That's really sick. Yeah. Sort of around.
Thank you.
It's awesome, dude.
I can't wait to set this desk up tonight and if I can get it all looking good.
Yeah.
That's sick.
All right. Oh, big boy.
Big boy.
Get a little excess.
I know. I should have talked about it. I know like how to wrap. I know like the folds, but I'm like, what do I do with all this extra shit? Oh my god! There you go.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
I didn't know you had finished Way of Kings. Otherwise, I would have gotten you Words of Radiance and Oathbringer. But
oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
yeah. No, this is great.
Yeah. But yeah, wow.
The hard covers. That's sick.
They're very cool. They're very
Way of Kings, and then the second one I can start it immediately.
You're right. Yeah.
Words of Radiance.
Yeah.
Yes, dude. Okay, that's amazing. Thank you so much, man. That's incredible.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need a second bookshelf.
I know, right? Yeah.
Well, get me one while you're at it.
I have one. Okay, cool.
Wow. I think that's the last one's over here.
Yeah. Oh, dude, the cover art is beautiful too.
Right? Isn't it so good? I love that picture of Shalane.
Yeah, dude, that is not what I pictured her like. Wow.
Oh, really?
Well, I pictured her as like a younger girl.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, Shalane's like my favorite.
So I don't know how this thing's gonna look, but if we'll see.
Okay.
You know, if you don't like it, we can send it back. But
I'm sure I'll love it.
we'll see. It's definitely not as cool as the 924 thing, but.
Oh, don't let it fall out.
Oh. Okay, so yeah, I'll just slide it out.
So it's wall art, but
sick!
it's Hogwarts.
Oh, I love that.
And I thought it was subtle, like it's not
Yeah.
it's not like over the top, but it would like look cool on your wall. So
I like that a lot.
Okay, cool.
That is
Alright,
sick.
Yeah,
That's
cool.
super dope.
Is it? Oh yeah, it's like metal.
it is.
Yeah.
It's I mean, it's cheap metal, but it's
Well,
like,
Yeah.
still.
That's cool, dude. I like that a lot.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of sick. I was like,
Yeah.
that was pretty good. It's, like,
That's fantastic.
it's not like too over the top. It's like
Yeah, that's perfect. I like that it's like round. It's not
Yeah.
That is cool.
That's sick, dude.
so.
Your room's gonna be decked out
That's what I'm saying.
with Harry Potter stuff.
Yeah, have that in the background.
That's
you know?
right.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
For real.
I love that.
All that stuff.
Oh, shit.
That's great. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, I'll give this to you now, Gabe.
Okay.
Give us one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
Oh, nice.
That's exactly what I wanted, baby.
Just something easy. It's like I never use that. So.
No, I'll use the crap out of this. Dude.
Yeah.
I'd be happy if this is all I got. Was
Yeah.
gift card, dude. Yeah, I'm all
Sure.
about it now, especially now that I have a computer. Thanks, dude.
Great.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got some games in mind. So.
And then you're probably wondering what yours is.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Awesome. Dude.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Man, I feel like somehow I went heavy on Gabe, but you haven't done it.
Nice. No, I'm glad. I'm glad.
So this Gabe, we can send this back.
Well, let's see what it looks like.
Well, okay. So yeah, it looked cool. I'm not sure how cool it's gonna look in person,
Okay.
so I'm a little worried.
Well, let's see.
But we can open it. It's not Star Wars.
Okay. No, that's not nice. This one's sealed. Oh, never mind. I'm just.
But it looks sick in the.
Oh, I like it.
It's cyberpunk.
Oh, dude, badass.
sick. That's awesome.
I think it looks sick.
Dude,
Yeah.
it does look sick. That's badass.
Yeah.
I really like the dark
Yeah.
vibe, like the cityscape.
Yeah,
That
there were
is dope.
several cityscapes, and I was like,
Yeah,
oh, there's several that look cool, but I went with this one because I thought.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is sick. This is sick.
That's
I will
dope.
certainly use this.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Good.
That
And
is-
now I got two, so depending on how I feel,
Yeah,
like it's
right.
I'm out.
Happy and sad.
Yeah. Thank you, man. That's awesome.
But yeah, I thought that was
Yeah.
like kind of dope. Like,
Dude,
just like,
this is cool.
the game
Yeah,
aesthetic.
and I love cyberpunk. So
Okay,
I'm all about that.
Okay, cool.
That's super cool.
Okay.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's fucking sick.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And well, I for some reason, I thought I was
He's like Santa. He just keeps pulling shit out of his ass.
Well, I thought I was short on presents for Gabe, but it's weird that he's the last. So I got you one more thing.
Okay.
You can share it with Spencer though.
Okay. I'm open to sharing, depending on what it is.
It's shoes.
Got some dope lens, dude. Careful opening it.
What could it be? Oh, sick, dude.
So I know.
I thought it was really shoes.
No. So like I know you're not like a huge drinker, but that's like it's like bourbon cream stuff that you
Liqueur.
like mix with like
nice.
chocolate.
Okay,
or
coffee.
Yeah,
I'm all about that.
Sick.
I'm all about the flavor.
It's like
stuff.
it's like super good quality stuff. It's good.
Dude,
it's good
sick.
shit. So,
That's awesome.
Yeah,
We'll have to make some
cool.
of it.
Yeah, just like add it to your collection.
That's dope.
Put my coffee in the morning.
Yeah, I saw it. I was like,
Yeah.
that's just really good. I
Fuck yeah, dude.
That's
Thank
cool.
you so much.
Yeah, hopefully not in the morning before you.
No. Those days are over.
Yeah, but it's good stuff,
Dude, yeah, that's awesome.
That's sick. Nice.
It's like a super fancy, what was that? Irish cream or whatever?
Yeah, like Bailey's.
Bailey's,
Yeah.
Super fancy Bailey's.
Yeah.
That's cool, dude.
Mm-hmm.
They say put it over ice cream.
Yeah, I could do that too. Yeah.
Dude, fuck yeah, that's awesome.
That's
Thank you.
sick.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm totally gonna try to shit out of that. Buffalo Trace.
Oh, nice. Buffalo Trace.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Badass. I think
So Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas. Oh, fuck.
Oh, Merry Christmas. Oh man. Yeah. That was a good haul.
Fuck yeah.
Absolutely, man. I'm so happy with what I got through.
Yeah.
Like I can't wait to start the second storm.
Did the thing fall out?
Yeah, speaking of.
Oh.
Oh, weird.
This wasn't yours. This was mine. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well. Well, Merry Christmas, everybody. I don't know who the hell would still be watching this 4.5 hours into it. But if you are, we appreciate you so much. And this has been a fantastic year for the podcast. We've gone over, some of our big milestones for this year. We've had so many amazing guests. We've had really cool moments where like the three of us went to see the Super Carlin brothers do their Harry Potter podcast. Awesome. That was great. We got to sit down with Zach Argyle and Bookborn.
Yeah, that was also really cool.
That was sick.
Yep.
And Gabe and I got Dresden Files tattoos this year. I'm
getting one next year.
Yeah. Are you gonna get a tattoo? You should get a tattoo.
We'll see.
That'd be so sick. Yeah, so we've had a great time. We've met so many interesting people, like everything from Nick Henderson to Ty Reviews. He's a new movie review channel he was on. He's been fantastic. We've had Gavin on. We were talking about this. Gavin is someone that has recently joined in for our Dresden Files and Stormlight episodes. And he was on before that. He was on for, I forget what the first thing, I think it might have been Dresden Files related. I can't remember. But he's been on for a lot of stuff, and he's becoming more and more of a regular. He was going to be here today, but I think he had some family stuff come up. And so shout out to Gavin because he's been awesome.
Yeah,
he's come on whenever we've asked him to. So him, and then Jake Bishop has been another amazing guest this year. Yeah, Jake, don't skip live shit Bishop. He he's got a very popular YouTube channel, and I'm always just kind of honored whenever he comes onto our channel and hangs out and talks about the Dresden Files or whatever. I'm sure he's going to be around for Farseer because that's what the Don't Skip Live Ship moniker is from. So hopefully he'll be here for that. But he's been a fantastic friend, as has Gavin, as has Jim, who was on here earlier, obviously. It's just been so amazing to spend 4 years with you guys, making all of these friends and making memories with you guys and chatting with you guys in the comments. You've all been fantastic, especially the people that have been coming in for our Harry Potter episodes. We've gotten so many comments where people are like, here's what happens like later, like the people that know, that have seen like all the interviews and like read the Wikipedias and stuff. Like some of you guys out there know like some of the nitty-gritty details, and we love whenever you pop into our Harry Potter episodes because it's still fairly new for us. So that's been fantastic. We hope that you guys will be just as excited for Game of Thrones next year, or I'm sorry, A Song of Ice and Fire. And for King's Dark Tidings and for Farseer, we're really, really excited about, getting into those series, and we can't wait to experience that with all of you. But mostly, also to our patrons, you guys have, we said this earlier, but you guys have been fantastic this year. Like I said, we were able to raise enough money to get Gabe a new mic, a really, really nice mic. And so thank you guys for that kind of support as well. And just to everyone else who's come in and given us such a great year of just amazing views. Like we were saying earlier, some of our videos from this year have like thousands and thousands of views, and that's just mind-blowing to us. Like we would have never expected that this dumb little podcast that we came up with 4 years ago would have had thousands and thousands of views on some episodes and whatnot. So a big thank you to all of you, because you really make this all worth it in the times where it's like, we don't feel like podcasting or we don't feel like editing or whatever. Like this community has made it so worth it for us to, come back week after week and record videos or record episodes for you guys or do like live streams. You've all been so fantastic. So I hope that you have a fantastic 2025. We will see you in a couple weeks. We're going to take a little bit of a break over the holidays now, and we'll be back the first or second week of January to do some more stuff. So we'll see you then. Thank you for an incredible year, and I hope you guys all have fantastic holidays. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's. You've all been fantastic. We love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.